I'm just not too far from school. It's about 4 miles in Mar Vista.
Nice.
All right, everyone. It looks like the streaming is up now and live. Max, are we good to go? Okay, cool. So welcome everyone to the 2023 IxD Grad Show Live. My name is Luke Johnson, and the projects you'll see today are part of the Senior Studio class. Before we get started, I wanted to welcome IxD Program Lead Nicole Chan, who will talk about the IxD program, and welcome our guests.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Nicole Chan, as Luke mentioned. And the SMC IxD program is very unique. It's the only interaction design bachelor's degree program at a community college in the United States. So it's quite unique. I'd like to introduce our special guests for today. They are not only industry experts, but they're also IxD alumni, and they are going to be providing feedback to our graduating seniors today. So Genevieve, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself really quickly for us?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Genevieve Johnson. I'm a class of 2021. I was in the fourth cohort at Santa Monica College, and I currently work today as a product designer at a fintech startup called Ridgeline, based in Lake Tahoe.
Very cool. Did you know, Genevieve, we're accepting in the fall our 8th cohort?
That's crazy. I was trying to do the math on like what year this would be now.
I know. I'm like, you're the 4th. I'm like, I feel like you were just here.
Yeah.
Emily, do you want to say hello?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm Emily. I'm the design lead at a fintech startup as well called Lentech. I work basically on everything design related for the company. That includes digital product, research, marketing materials, pitch decks, website, you name it. Since we have such a small team, there's only 3 of us right now, the founder, me, and the CTO. So we all wear a lot of different hats. And I graduated last year from the IxD program. I believe that was cohort 5. And I'm so excited to see your presentations and what you've all been working on this past year.
Awesome. Thank you.
Cool. So Genevieve and Emily, things are a little bit different than maybe we've done them before. So this year's senior capstone reflects 2 changes from the past. So the work you'll see today is representative of full semester work. So instead of 8-week sprints, students now had 16 weeks to work on their capstone projects, and all the projects you see will be individual. But they didn't necessarily work alone. They were put in support teams, and the support teams are based on a common theme. And the theme for this session is around communications. So students are going to present their work for about 5 minutes, and the moderator will ask each guest to take the lead on feedback for around 10 minutes. So each student has 15 minutes total, and I'll keep time and let everyone know in the chat how much time is remaining. And then after all the students have presented, we'll have some time for some summary feedback. Nicole.
Yeah, so I know our guests are very familiar with this feedback structure, but structure that we use in our program for feedback is called an I like, I wish, I wonder method. And I'll go ahead and pass the specifics in the chat, but I'm pretty certain our you guys, I know we practiced this a lot when you were in the program.
I love the framework.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and start with Dave Gianmarco. And Genevieve, I was hoping that you would take lead on the feedback for Dave, meaning you just start the feedback after the presentation. And then Emily, if you wouldn't also mind taking notes, and if there's time, then you can also chime in after Genevieve. Does that sound good?
Sure.
Cool. All right. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dave Gianmarco, a design orchestrator focused on creating community impact. Before joining the Interaction Design program, I spent several years working in hospitality, which allowed me to explore different roles and gain valuable experience. However, I felt the need to pursue a path that would allow me to be more involved in creative and meaningful work. It was during this time that I enrolled in design classes at SMC, and it was there that I discovered the potential of the Interaction Design program. During my time in the program, I had the opportunity to contribute to a social media marketing campaign for Ciclavia, an organization known for its community-focused open streets events. Our aim was to expand Ciclavia's reach and demonstrate that the events were inclusive and welcoming to all. Our research insights revealed that over 50% of Ciclavia's digital marketing focused on cyclists, while a significant number of attendees discovered the organization through friends, family, and social media. In light of these insights, we developed Ciclavia Stories as part of our marketing campaign. This platform collected meaningful stories from community members, showcasing their individuality and expressing what the events meant to them. Additionally, we crafted content creation strategy that included challenges and prompts enabling the organization to easily generate engaging content that highlighted the fun aspects of the event. Last fall, I had the opportunity to collaborate with 3 other IxD students in the admissions department to redesign SMC's student portal system, Corsair Connect, which had been in use for 17 years. Our project involved extensive research, design, and testing in collaboration with faculty members and students from various departments. The recently launched system has been recognized for its improved organization, and user-friendly interface, receiving praise for providing a more intuitive platform for students. One of the most rewarding aspects of this project was witnessing the practical application of the skills we acquired thanks to the guidance and support of our teachers and SMC faculty, enhancing a system that benefits the entire school community. In addition to these projects, I had the opportunity of taking on the project manager role for the annual report of the Interaction Design Program. This report provides valuable insights from faculty, students, industry partner projects, and alumni. As a project manager, I collaborated with other designers to gather assets, create a visually appealing design, and compile relevant content. This year, we made style updates, including a highlight reel covering the breadth and depth of student projects, and provided an immersive look into the IxD studio with a 360-degree interactive tour. This experience allowed me to further develop my skills in project management, teamwork, and communication. But my favorite part was getting to share the accomplishments and stories of students and the program. Throughout my journey of the Interaction Design Program, I've been actively involved in fostering a sense of community and professional growth among students. As the president of the SMC Design Club and a volunteer with our Interaction Design Alumni Social Group, I led projects that facilitated networking events and marketing efforts. These experiences provided me with opportunities to refine my planning, organization, and communication skills while connecting students with professionals and mentors in the industry. I take pride in the progress and development I've witnessed within our community. In conclusion, my journey in the IxD program has been enriching and transformative. I've had the opportunity to work on projects that address real-world challenges, enhance the user experience of important platforms, and create connections within communities. I'm excited to continue my path in design, exploring new avenues for creative problem solving and making a positive impact in the world through design. Thank you.
All right, nice work. So Genevieve, are you the one that's going to take the lead?
Yes.
It's interesting because you worked on this for your
I
capstone
did.
project.
I did. It was cool to see it come to life for a new year.
All right, well, take it away.
All right. Well, yeah, thanks so much, Dave. This was really awesome, really exciting to see. It was really cool. I liked the variety in your projects. I feel like there was really a lot of breadth within, I don't know, there's marketing, there's website redesign, there's another web design, and then like designing this whole experience at this design showcase. And it was just cool to see you exploring so many different purposes and applications of design. Thinking about this, I wonder framework. I wish that I'd gotten a sense of like which of these projects you were most passionate about, which I'm sure you'll probably talk about more in our conversation right now here. But just getting a sense of like which of these was something really dear to your heart, or a project area that you thought was like something you could really see yourself making a career out of because you enjoyed this work so much. So I wish that I had gotten a better sense of that from these presentations. And I think that's also my I wonder, yeah, which of these did you really enjoy working on? What were some of the highs and lows of that project?
Yeah, so I think one of the projects that I worked on that I liked most was the Corsair Connect redesign. It was really cool because we had learned all these skills, and you know, being able to apply them like technically and also sort of like the research side of things within the school was just so it was like practicing, and it was actually for a student worker position at the same time, so it was like a job basically.
Nice.
So I think just seeing that happen in real time and being able to talk to like actual staff who are you know, working like their real jobs and they're relying on you for these kind of things, I think that just really made it real for me, and the effect that it has on future students and faculty to communicate and all of that. So
yeah, I remember as a student myself, like the SMC IxD website, I love it. I think it's a gorgeous website. The interactions are beautiful. And then that compared with the overall Santa Monica College Corsair Connect website, I remember with my own experience that was just very cluttered and it just like felt like an artifact from the 80s. So I'm excited that you took this on as a project. I also remember that there was like 1,000 different pieces in this website and different actions that you could take in it. And I'm curious, I guess, two different questions. For one, you said that you were talking with faculty. I'm wondering like what all research went into this. And then also from that research, what areas did you decide to focus most on in the redesign?
So I was a part of a team of 3 students, and our job was to kind of attend meetings with departments and create prototypes, and then kind of present those, get feedback. And then there were also like the development side meetings where you would talk with who's building the website, actually, who's working with SMC. And yeah, so all of those things happening, and then coming back and getting some feedback through surveys or testing with students was also very important and helpful.
What did the students or the surveys say was like the most used or most critical to change elements of the site?
I think most important were like, you know, when they're trying to get into the classes that they want, and sort of having that right there on, I think, even like the first top part, you know, being able to do that was one of the designs intentional of like addressing that. So in sort of like other parts that they were looking for, like were also designed in like alerts that would come out. So if they weren't aware of something they needed to know, there was also an opportunity to show that through this alert system. So, yeah.
Neat. And what feedback would you say, like, I'm not sure how many rounds of feedback there were. I know there's definitely a lot more time for rounds of feedback in like a professional job than in like a short student project. But I'm curious, did you get any feedback from your like designs that you were showing in either of these meetings with the developers or with students or faculty in ways that pivoted the project?
Yeah, I think it was, I mean, there was a lot of feedback, and it was sort of a weekly kind of back and forth through the person who was actually managing the students, or student workers. So he would set up these times to meet back with the departments and get that feedback, or turn in the prototypes and see what they thought, and then kind of just be in the loop through communications. Otherwise, like, you know, just reporting back to him, seeing what they said, and then making changes. And yeah, so that was sort of the loop that we followed.
Yeah. Yeah. And were there like any specific changes that you realized, like, oh shoot, this is like a real wake-up call here. The way I'm going about this is not actually the right path forward? Were there any moments?
Yeah, I think there were some designs that we wanted to like express more personality of the school with, through colors or, you know, different types of styles. And it proved to be kind of hard within the framework, and the limitations of time, you know, that everybody had. And so addressing those kind of things to make it the most accessible, and yeah, and kind of doing what we could in terms of style. We kept, you know, trying for certain aspects to be that we thought really should be used, or would really kind of like do something to improve the feel or the experience of it.
Yeah, that makes sense. I know we've got probably like 4 minutes left. I could keep going, but if Emily, you had any questions, feel free to hop in here too.
I love the questions you were asking. They were great. I guess I could say what the notes I took. I thought your presentation was really simple and great use of mock-ups for your storytelling. I did wish that there were like some maybe insights somewhere on the slides or key takeaways, just so that I could visually like help guide me while you were speaking. I was curious to know what challenges you face with these projects, and what one that you enjoyed most. And I guess I wonder, like, a question would be like, what or where you see yourself in the future now that you've graduated?
Yeah, so I guess I'll go to maybe the challenges of the project. So I guess I'll focus on the annual report project, because that was my main project during the semester. So for that, I think challenging for me was getting a system of, you know, to manage all of the communication, and to bring all everything together, and have people know what's going on. And yeah, it took me a little bit to figure out the best way to do that. I think I had a lot of good help, and fortunately worked with a couple more students who were just, you know, all in on helping. So that was really beneficial. And yeah, I think just getting things done within the you know, when things don't come in on time, which is inevitable, then, you know, having to refocus, and also not forget that you have to come back to that thing, but sort of like juggling all those things is something I feel like I've gotten a little better at now, and with the practice. But from here, I think I just enjoy going into a space that's involved in community. I think it's really important to find, you know, support with people, either that you're working with, and outside of work. So, I mean, for work, I think, you know, jobs like that are similar to what the organization like Ciclavia is doing is really interesting for me. So I don't know, it could be, you know, that, or educational institution, maybe. I'm just not sure.
Well, it's very exciting. I
Yeah.
really enjoyed your projects.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Great.
And what you were saying
right.
about the capstone of the year in review website being a million different pieces coming together, and things inevitably coming in late because there's 1,000 moving pieces. I definitely remember that myself about that project. But good on you for taking that on.
Thank you.
Okay, we're right at time there, so thank you for that. I think you are now part of the family of annual report people who have completed that task. So
Did you almost say survivors?
I'm watching my language on the stream. So, but yeah, there's a special alumni group for you, a Facebook page you could probably start. But really well done, and continuing that important legacy of sharing our story broadly. So well done. We're going to move on to Andreas, who's next, who takes a look at a different type of communication, at least initially. And Emily, you'll take the lead for this one.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Dave. If you could close your screen, Dave, and then let Andreas, because it's a little bit funny with the controls here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to find the interface, but it seems to like everything blank. I'll try joining again. Sorry.
Hi,
All right,
hi everyone. Can everybody see me?
Yeah.
Yes.
How about the audio? I need to share my audio too.
The audio's good. I can hear you.
Okay, well, let's get to it. Before we start, just let me look at the screen. Before I start, I just want to take a minute to say thank you to all the people that somehow have helped me out along the way to get this far. It's been a long trip from home, and I for sure wouldn't be able to do it with the help of each one of all of you. Some of them are on this room, and some of them are watching the stream. So for all of you, thank you. And then with that being said, just let's get to it. Biodata generative music. My name is Andres Munoz, and I am here to talk to you about biodata generative music. Can you guys hear that? Anyway, that was trying to sound in the back is music that is being generated with plant. It's by bringing together plants, music, and machines. To set a little bit of context on what this project is about, let's just talk about what is this about. The PSTR is an initiative of Getty with different art institutions from South California that is looking to create spaces to intersect art and science to foster conversations about the future of humanity. This is going to happen the next year in 2024 here in Los Angeles. During the past year, I have been working in a collaboration between JPL, the City of Glendale, Caltech, and the Brand Art Center to talk about the future of robots, humans, and connectedness. And the main design challenge was like, what future of space exploration could change our traditional methods of achieving connectedness and drive the creation of entirely new relationships. So with that in mind, I started to wonder how those space travel sound. It sounds kind of like this. This is an original record from the International Space Station. Yeah, it has all, doesn't matter. There we go. That's an original record from the International Space Station, and it's like a constant humming and like a machine that just drills your head. So I started wondering why space has to sound so awful. Can you imagine living in a tin can for 7 months listening to that thing? So this also brings me to my second question, because you may say, why did you put your music on? Through experiments, through my investigation, I found that experiments have demonstrated that appreciation for music decreases once the novelty of a song has worn off. And this is especially important in the solitude of space, because over there we don't have internet to, go to Spotify and get new songs, right? So imagine like you're in another planet, you bring your constant playlist, and then it gets bored after a week, right? I feel the need to explore the connection of humans with nature while creating this living sculpture on the left side. Now I started to wonder if it's possible to create biophilic soundscape that stimulate the natural environment here on Earth to stimulate cognitive processes between people. Using the same plants that we're going to have to use for survival, because even if we go to any other planet, we probably have to pack up some tomatoes with us, right? When I look online, I found 11 different devices that create music from plants, like the Damaher project, Plant Wave, which is the one on the right side, or Gardenalia. They produce really beautiful sounds, but I also noticed that the core functionality of this device is an app that basically needs to constantly keep updating online, to get new libraries and produce these sounds. And they use arpeggiators to kind of like trigger sounds that are appreciated rather than something that is generated. So basically, you're not listening to the plant, you're listening sounds that are being triggered by the plant. So these don't really solve my issue with overexpositions to sounds or the technological issues that means being like 700,000 miles away and not having internet, right? So with this on mind, another thing that I found out is like all of these devices share the same code that was on GitHub. So I just follow the same repository and talk to the first uploader, which is this guy, Khaled Samuel Cusumano. And he designed the first that I could find, a biodata sonification device, which is a device that turns plant music into that. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. My favorite quote from the conversation was that he said that all the plants, or most of them, can go anywhere in the universe without us, but we cannot go anywhere without them. We need organic matter to survive. We need food, water. And if plants find like enough soil, yeah, plants need more stuff, but they have all the genetic material to germinate, right? So that's very interesting. So from this conversation, I got this electrical diagram, which is an explanation of how to send pulses to a plant and then record it and turn it into MIDI sounds. And this sounds like really crazy, but after a little bit, I managed to come out and build my prototype number 1. And this is the same prototype that Sam Cusumano has. I'm of course online, so I have to use 2 glasses. And this is what the plant does. This is like a little diagram of the device. You basically send an electronic current to the plant. The electricity bounces inside of the leaves, and then it comes to the other side. Now, as the day passed, the electricity travels different distances or to different places inside the plant, and that produces different sounds. So what this device does is like it detects those changes within the electricity inside the plant, and it translates it into a MIDI signal that we can then transform into a sound system. But then, that sounds magic, right? But what happened? This is how this plant actually sounds. Oh, oops. There you go.
Andres, we're having trouble hearing that sound, just an FYI.
Oh, okay. Well, it sounds awful, so there's nothing to see there. It sounds like plants don't know anything about music. It's just random, goes up and down. As you can see on the scale on the right side, it doesn't have a specific order. But if you look at the bottom, then there's waves that happens when you record a plant over an extended period of time. So there is a pattern that we can actually use to create music. With this hand, then I record my Monstera for like 4 hours in a row, and I grab this record and I put it into a neural network, which is a machine, like basically AI, that look for patterns within the data and then assign different sounds based on a specific pattern that I create. And with that in mind, then I'm able to create music that is really interesting. And then what I have prepared to hit play over here. But if you guys have your phone, maybe at the end I can just go back and we can scan something really quick. Maybe just at least you guys get an example of what I'm doing. There you go. It's this QR code. If you guys can take a shot real quick. I know I'm burning time, but I was trying to do this in person, and there's no connection. Well, I'm gonna move forward then. That's what it's supposed to sound. Now, after I use the AI and I'm able to create like interesting soundscape that are like mind blowing, I was like, well, let's go back to Earth and try to bring this to the exhibit, right? Because it doesn't have it makes no difference if I have a plant sound super beautiful and people have no idea what it is playing, right? How I make these people to connect with these plants are making sound. So I create a different device that what it does, it turns the plants into touch signals, right? So anytime you touch a plant, it selects a sound from a playlist. And those sounds are intended to match the sounds that are playing in the soundtrack. So there's a relationship between the sounds that you can trigger and the sounds that the plants are producing, right? This is very interesting because my idea is like later on the exhibit, people can, touch the plants and have interactions within the soundscape of the exhibit. And there is also an interface that I built that shows which plant is being triggered on the moment and what it is happening. this is basically a little prototype that I did for this, but it illustrates a little bit of what it is. And that with that in mind, basically what the gallery is just a constituted gallery between artificial intelligence, plants, and biodata, inspired by compositions of human nature. I'm gonna use isotonic tropes, isotonic notes or binaural beats to kind of like influence these sounds. And then that's another kind of forms that I had to cut to fit into the presentation format. So thank you so much for watching. Oh, hold on, I need a slide. Next, I have to talk to the stakeholders because they need to provide a safe server so I can do a live transmissions to generate the music online. I need to train my model of my machine so I can actually put the music into the machine and generate specific patterns that I want. And then I want to document the interaction within the audience in the exhibit so I can see how people react, and then use this to pitch the idea to the larger companies. And then we'll talk about budget. I don't put that on the presentation because I was commanded to present 3 different tiers of budget, but for safety reasons and because this is being streamed, I cannot talk about it. So now, with that being said, thank you so much for listening to my presentation.
All right. Thank you, Andres. Really well done. We have about 6 minutes for feedback, so we might need to move a little quickly here. But Emily, you want to kick us off?
No problem. I loved how creative this project is. This is definitely really cool. I thought you did a really good job of differentiating yourself from your competitors. That's definitely important if you're wanting to, present this to investors. And the prototyping documentation was really interesting as a designer, seeing, where you started and the different iterations that you did. Those 3D renderings were definitely very good. I do wish I could hear what the sound was. I think there was just some issues with sounds, but I was able to scan your QR code and I was taking a look on the SoundCloud files. So they definitely sound like kind of spacey, futuristic synthwave. I was wondering though, when it comes to the sound of the plant, what the plant makes, is it biased based off of who generates the code of the program, sort of similar to AI?
Sorry, what was the question again?
Like when the plant makes a sound, are you choosing what the sound sounds like, or is it just completely random?
So the sound gives me a MIDI signal, right? So you can turn that MIDI signal pretty much into any instrument you want using like GarageBand.
Yeah.
But I'm grabbing those signals as a numeric pattern, which is a piece of data, and I'm feeding that through the AI. So in the AI, I can just go and select the different layers of music. So basically, I want him to put like vocals or drums, or I want him to be like jazzy or have this kind of speed. So you can adjust different parameters, try to come up with a specific set of music. But the type of the sound it's irrelevant. I try to compose a song that it's crazy because when you connect that thing on the machine, sometimes they go super quiet and sometimes it sounds like it's mind blowing. The machine plants are like giant sensors. So sometimes if you get too excited, they can smell your excitement on the air and they just go quiet, and then you're like, what's going on? So they are alive.
Yeah.
So for that and for the prototype, I think it's better to just record the whole thing and have it playing on the background. That's why I want the API servers.
Well, I think there's definitely a target market for what you're trying to produce. I see TikToks of these sound machines that you can hook up even to mushrooms and they play music. So yeah, I really enjoyed your project. If Genevieve, if you have anything to say, I don't know how much time is left.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how much time is left either, but 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Awesome.
3 minutes. There we go.
Yeah, I love how technical you got with this, with the actual prototyping and building this out for real. I feel like, I don't know, doing experimental projects like this is what school is all about. So it was just cool to see you taking full advantage. I know you were trying to cover a whole ton in a very short span of time. And so I think I just missed this. I'm wondering, how did this connect with the original thing you were showing about space and like the sound in outer space?
It started because I'm working with JPL, which is they're a contractor from NASA.
Yeah.
And one of the things that it was a challenge is like how we're gonna live on space, right? So when I wonder myself, how does a spacecraft sound? And then I play a sound of, I think it's on my SoundCloud. it sounds horrible when you're inside of the space station. It's like you're inside of a blender machine. Like, I hate it. Then I was like, okay, but how can I do something cool? Because I bring my playlist to Mars, it's gonna be boring in 6 months, right? But we probably gonna have to bring plants with us, for food and organic material. And those are organic living beings that we can use to actually generate other type of information like music, colors, or atmospheres or environment, So I felt like it was really inspiring because when you go to space, you are very limited on space, on space inside your spacecraft. So if you're already bringing your machines, your plants that are going to be sitting there taking half of your ship for 9 months from here to Mars, plus what it takes you to build a colony, then they're going to be sitting there. It's going to be a huge equipment, right? What else we can get from this besides food and organic material? Can we make biophilic? Can we make soundscape? Can we make the light change? Can the plants tell us if the environment change, if there is radioactivity, chemicals in the environment, and how can we use sounds or other sensorial interactions to tell us what's happening, right? Because plants are alive and we need them to be alive, right? I don't know if that responds to your question.
Yeah, I think so. Basically, it's making a better experience for like astronauts in the International Space Station or something with like, I don't know, not the horrible, ugly sound of rockets or of being up there. It doesn't feel so empty. It's sort of a environment design, so to speak.
I have to trim a little bunch of stuff to fit on the time, but basically the main idea is the challenge want us to imagine what would be or how humanity is going to be in 100 years from now.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole PSD art exhibit from Getty, what it looks is to foster environment for conversations between art and science and try to inspire people to talk about these problems so we can actually start walking towards those changes that are going to evolve humanity, right? So under the table, my prototype, what it does is to try to present an idea that we are actually connected with the planet. And that's why my prototype is named Gaia. Like the idea is that we are connected with the planet in ways that we don't really understand, right? And how, when you go to this exhibit, yeah, it's not going to be a space, it's just going to be a library. But when you walk in and you're presented to this bunch of plants that are technologically set up, like it's a spacecraft and something, and then you realize that everything you'll be listening around, and that's why I put the animation walking around the gallery. You listen that everything is sounding around you, the sound's kind of like evolving. It's actually being created right there, and it's alive, and you can play with it, you can touch it, you can generate different things.
That makes sense. Thanks for explaining.
Great.
Thank you.
Really cool project.
Great. So we're right at time. Really well done, Andreas. I'm really grateful for that, and I'm thinking of Genevieve and being stuck with their Taylor Swift on a trip to Mars for 9 years, if that would ever get old. So you'd have Andreas's plants to mix in there. So well done. Well done. And I love the conversation that we're having around communication in the different ways. And Jake is going to take us on a different sort of bent for this last presentation. So Genevieve, you'll take the lead on this, and then Emily to follow up. Well done.
You guys can see this, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So hi, I'm Jake Strasberg, and my presentation is on reimagining project management. Tech workers tend to juggle multiple projects at once, such as work and side projects. It can be stressful to keep on top of everything, and side projects are often left abandoned. This problem interested me as it is something I've personally experienced and have seen others face as well. How might we help tech workers better manage and complete their projects? I conducted a competitive analysis on project management tools suitable for individuals. Airtable and Notion are monolithic tools with high learning curves. Basecamp has a lower learning curve, but also far less features. Basecamp is more focused on management than documentation. I wanted to make something similar to Basecamp, but with more features and designed to help people actually complete their projects. I interviewed people in my target demographic and asked how they feel regarding their projects. This gave me a view into 6 workplaces and over 12 projects. Overall, interviewees felt disorganized, overwhelmed, and behind. My goal was to design a project management tool that could keep users motivated and provide them a sense of mindfulness. I conducted an ethnography and looked into why so many projects are abandoned. In my research, I determined that the main reasons were a lack of motivation, time, and direction. I started thinking about how these problems can be addressed with project management and what a new project management tool might look like. Based on my research, I came up with the concept of a modular, flexible project management tool with a low learning curve. Combining the features of many tools helped keep users focused on the project rather than the tools they use to manage it. I described the concept to my research participants and asked what features and integrations they'd like it to have. Based on this feedback, I created 22 different modules. Modules can include to-do lists, reminders, calendars, and even integrate with tools like Figma and GitHub. I created a low-fidelity prototype and asked 3 participants to use it. In the prototype, users can set up a new dashboard and add modules. Each project gets its own dashboard. Based on the feedback I received, I felt I was heading in the right direction. I learned that users wanted to resize modules to give more screen space to the important ones. The list of modules needed to be reorganized, and I also discovered a variety of usability issues to work on. I then created a high-fidelity prototype. To address the problem of abandoned side projects, users have to define their project focus, goals, and optionally set their own deadlines. Clearly defining these aspects helps users stay focused and motivated. On the right-hand side, we give them guidance through the process. Here's a look at how users can add modules, rearrange, and resize them. At the top of the dashboard, we have the project's focus, so users can stay on target and modify it as needed. The interface is easy to customize and is suitable for any project. Modules are organized in a grid and remain on a single screen so nothing gets misplaced. Thanks for listening, and I look forward to hearing your feedback.
All right. Thank you, Jake. Genevieve, do you want to kick things off?
Yeah, this was great. I really liked your framing of the problem, your insights. It was just really clearly presented all the way through, which I really appreciated. And I'd say as a tech worker, I've personally experienced this problem as well of trying to keep track of way too many projects at once and side projects kind of getting abandoned because there's for the reasons you mentioned. So yeah, I thought all of that was really well done. I'm wondering, I guess, a lot of different things. For one, how did you originally decide on this project?
Yeah, originally it was a bit different. I was doing more of like a kind of like a news related project where it was like you would get the news for your work. And then once I started interviewing people and talking with them, it kind of went off in this other direction of this problem that kept coming up in the discussions I was having about, yeah, like I thought so maybe communication wasn't so much the focus of this one as it was more about like your own organizing and management and yeah, basically just project management. And then from there on, it just kind of took its own path.
Yeah, I'm curious about these modules too. You said you designed like 22 different types of modules that could be created. And were these like directly from suggestions that users had on specific problems that they have?
Yeah, exactly. So I pretty much the whole project was like guided by the people I was speaking with. So I just asked them like, what features would you like a tool like this to have? And that's basically guided the design. And I just kind of expanded on what they were saying. And I looked into for Figma and for GitHub, I looked into what their API supports and like what's possible, and I kind of created a set from those, and yeah, move forward from there.
Neat. Another question I have, I only saw the modules kind of briefly, but I saw that it was basically like each one sort of already had a name and a framework associated with it, and you would click on it and then it would show up on your screen. Could the user change the purpose for a certain module? Like if a certain module, I don't know, is designed to be sort of a list structure, can they change the purpose of what that list is being used for? Like maybe in your example, I don't know, maybe it's like supposed to be a shopping list or something, but could the user decide to use that list for a different purpose and rename it as well?
Yeah, I didn't really think about, well, I guess it's sort of like a to-do list. It was pretty general purpose. And I try to make a lot of the modules general purpose, but as far as like naming, that's not something that I really thought of, but it seems like a great addition, right? If you could title each list, give it a different title, that just didn't enter my mind.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah. It's all a learning experience anyway. Yeah. And that was just one thought that crossed my mind. Yeah, I sort of doing this out of order on I Wish. I noticed on your very, very first slide, and this is super small, but I noticed that the date was not today's date, which just like threw me off for a second. So yeah, just like note for the future, just like trying to remember those tiny details is important. Yeah, overall, it's a neat project, and I like that you were also looking at competitive solutions as well, looking at, you know, Notion and Basecamp and all of these existing platforms. I'm curious, were there any detractors or things that those other platforms weren't really covering that you think your potential solution could do better?
Yeah, one of the interesting ones was like defining your own project focus and goals, right? You would kind of think like, to me, it kind of seems obvious if you're making a project management solution, it should kind of at least guide you or suggest that you could come up with a focus and goals like when you're starting. But that's not something I noticed any other platform do. It just kind of lets you jump right in.
Neat. And so yours is different in that it is sort of prompting the user in that way.
Yeah, so that way you always have you always know what you're doing, basically, right? You don't get lost.
Yeah. Cool. Emily, did you have anything else that you wanted to add?
Sure, yeah. I thought your storytelling was really great throughout your presentation. It had like a really strong start with the problem statement right away. I like that you mentioned what platforms you would be able to integrate with. I feel like that's important. I wish I saw more testing insights. I'm not sure if I missed that part, but I would also love to see like next steps for this project. I was curious to know, like, are you completely done with this project, or like, are you going to continue it, you know, afterwards? Not sure.
Oh yeah. I guess I'm not sure yet. I do need to collect more feedback on this final. So for those final that final prototype, I did not have a chance to do user testing on it. So that would be the next step, right? Would be to do user testing on that final prototype and then go from there.
Awesome. And I was curious to know your unique value, but it seemed like Genevieve asked that question as well, of like what differentiates you from others. And it seemed like it was really like goal oriented, which is something I haven't seen out there in terms of project management software. But I really like that concept.
Thanks. Yeah. It's the goal oriented, and it's kind of the low learning curve was a big one too, right? So you get a lot of functionality and something that's like, I think, pretty simple to use, which can't be said for something like Notion, right? Or something, or most of the other solutions, really.
Yes, they're really complex.
Right.
Yeah, I thought it was a great presentation overall.
Thanks.
Great. Anything else, Genevieve or Emily?
I'm curious, was this a solo project or a team effort?
Well, solo project, but fortunately, Andres and Dave were there to help me through it. So
Nice.
Very
Yeah.
cool.
So we do have a little bit of time to sort of for Genevieve and Emily, like any sort of bigger themes that you see emerging that either connects the projects together through communication, or anything that stood out or surprised you in terms of rethinking or thinking about communication that you want to add as thematically speaking?
I feel like the projects I saw today all approached communication in so many different ways. I mean, there was communication of how a space communicates with a person and how a person is, hearing the environment around them. There was communication with a website actually, communicating information about classes and about like on-campus events to people. And then there was, I guess this last one I would consider more of like communication with yourself in documenting your thought process and getting that more aligned, more organized so that a person can be more productive. Yeah, I don't know about like an overall theme, but it was interesting just to see like a summary of a lot of different forms of communication in different places.
Yeah, I guess an overall theme I think of is like helping people live a better life in terms of whether it's in space, on Mars, trying to find pleasure in plants with music, or more product management, making it more goal oriented. So I guess that's the overarching theme for me, what I found with these 3 projects.
Yeah, I
Great.
could go on with that for sure.
What'd you say, Genevieve?
Oh, I agree.
Yeah, cool. So I'll close the session out with this. Our students are going to be transitioning from the academic world to the professional world. You have made that journey already. What's one bit of advice that you might communicate to our 3 students today?
I would say something that I have personally found in my own career is that you should never underestimate the power of communication. And also, I don't know, there's this one quote, I forget exactly where I read it once, but it said, the most common problem with communication is the illusion that it has happened. And so I often just think about that with my own work. In my work, I am often working with devs, so computer scientists. We've got our product managers. We've got the other designers. And I have found that, yes, we have people who are like, more kinetic learners or like oral out loud learners, but generally everyone will benefit from a visual example. And so whenever you are trying to explain anything, any concept, any idea, I think having a really strong visual that's maybe just a diagram to show your process, or especially like A and B testing, if you have 2 different ideas and you're trying to decide between the 2, having a really clear visual that mocks one up versus the other and highlights the difference between those. And then, accompanying that with some text, or whether you're speaking or writing this out, and really clearly saying what you're trying to get at with those images. I do it all the time, and it's definitely effective, and has just within the past couple months, I'd say, really boosted the quality of my own communication in my job. So that would be a piece of advice when you do get out into the working world.
That was really well put, Genevieve. I guess my piece of advice would be to just be yourself and to be open to opportunities. The more opportunities that you say yes to, it'll open more doors for you in ways that you would never expect. And in terms of communication, yeah, people will assume a lot of things if you don't communicate it. So it's always just tell them how it is, and because then they'll just try and read your mind. So yeah, it's good to be open and to communicate.
Very well done. So we're going to wrap up this session. Before we head off, Nicole, is there anything you want to communicate to beat this? I keep going with this.
I was just enjoying listening to Emily and Genevieve because I've also learned that over, working my work life as well as my personal life too, is like, I think my mom always said, like, people can't read your mind. And it's important. And of course, I'm also visual, of course, and seeing something that represents an idea or a thought, or even just, Luke likes to say he over communicates, because then, which I appreciate working with him also, because then, where someone stands, where a project stands, you understand where you're moving towards. And so I guess it's just something to always reflect on individually as well as with your team. So I just really loved hearing you all verbalize that so clearly, which makes me think you probably do a pretty good job communicating. I think just in general, I just want to say this round of this year, the special part about grad show was having guests come in that were alumni. And for me, it's like kind of a selfish joy, because I like seeing you and hearing you give feedback and seeing your growth. Like, I mean, like it's such a big fun swing to watch someone evolve, and it's just beautiful. And I just really enjoyed seeing and hearing from both of you, and I hope you reach out more. So yeah, just thank you for coming. We really appreciate you.
I want to second that. So thank you. It was both. Thank you both for coming in. So big round of applause for Genevieve and Emily. I also want to just our three students, Jake, Andre. Sorry, I went out there. So big round of applause for Emily and Genevieve, but also a big round of applause for Jake, Andres, and Dave. Really well done. The projects were unique and different, and it's been great to see how you've supported each other. So congratulations. It's been you guys did a wonderful job. And for those of you who are out there watching, this is something we always say, but like, projects aren't done alone or in a vacuum. So for those of you who have helped support these students along their IXD journey, thank you for your support. We do this together, and so it's so appreciated. So that is it for this session. Well done. Well done, team. And we're going to be back at 2:30 for our next panel, which is around accessibility. So we'll see you then. That's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, everyone.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Graduating.
Yay. Bye, Genevieve.
Hey everyone, we're gonna get started here in just a couple minutes. We're waiting for our guests to come. The order is Alba, Sam, Julia, and Juan. Hey,
Hello.
how you doing?
Hey,
Great. Good to be here.
good to see you.
Good to see y'all.
Hey.
This is great. Mordecai, are you in North Carolina?
Correct.
Nice.
Winston-Salem.
Nice.
All right, we got to talk off stream because I have a sister and who lives there. So
It's pretty crazy. Really crazy considering how small of a city. I mean, it's population-wise, it's not a tiny city, but I mean, wouldn't have guessed.
are you a fan of the Dash?
Of the day.
That's the minor league baseball team, which has Winston-Salem has a dash in between the name. Get
Oh.
it?
It's a much better name than the college mascot, which is the Demon Deacons, and the mascot is just an old guy in a top hat.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
But decent art and design school there, if I'm correct. Winston-Salem. I've heard rumblings. So
There is one. I can't speak to its quality, but it's probably great. Our title is the City of Arts and Innovation. So,
Ooh. Wow, there's a lot going on there.
well, that's a matter of opinion, I guess, or it's relative.
Well, I mean, at least they sound like they say there is.
Yeah.
There's lots of themes that are emerging here.
Yeah.
Very cool. Well, speaking of art and innovation and transitioning to the next step, we're here today for our graduate capstone projects. I see Gabby has joined us or will be joining us shortly. Everyone doing all right? There we are. Gabby.
Hello, hello.
All right. All right. Well, we're gonna get started here in a second. So welcome to the 2023 IXD Grad Show Live. My name is Luke Johnson, and the projects you'll see today are part of the Senior Studio class. Before we get started, I wanted to welcome IXD Program Lead Nicole Chan, who will talk about the IXD program, and welcome our guests.
Hey, that is me. I am Nicole Chan, as Luke mentioned. So the IXD program at Santa Monica College is very unique. It's the only interaction design bachelor's program at a community college in the United States. And if anyone knows differently, please let me know. But as far as I know, we are pretty special. And I'd like to introduce our special guests for today. They are not only industry experts, but they are also IXD alumni who will be providing feedback to our seniors today. So, Gabby, do you want to take it from here and introduce yourself, please?
Sure, always doing this to me, Nicole. Hi, guys.
I know, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I know, I forgot. Now I remember.
I'm Gabby. So I graduated 2 years ago. So I was cohort 4. I've been working at Rivian since graduation. I'm a content designer there and doing some pretty fun stuff at Rivian. Super thankful to be invited to participate here.
Thank you. And if you want to send a free Rivian to my house, I can give you my address. I like the new ones without the truck bed, just letting you know.
The SUVs, yeah, sure, absolutely.
I'll take
I'll put
any.
in a request for you.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
thank you. I'm open to any color, really. I mean, yeah. Mordecai, do you want to introduce yourself, please?
Sure. I'm Mordecai Hammer. I am was part of cohort 2, and I don't know how many years ago that was, maybe 4, right? That feels about right. 5, something like that. And yeah, I'm currently a product designer at Lyft. I work on the design system there.
Thank you. And Mordecai and Abby, just so you know, we're about to bring in cohort 8 this fall. So I don't know if that makes your head spin like me. But anyway, thanks for introducing yourselves.
So this year's capstone may be a little bit different than when you were going through the program. There are 2 changes from the past. So first, this is the work that you're going to see today. Excuse me, is a reflection, of a full semester of work. So in the past, it might have been an 8-week sprint. Today's projects represent 16 weeks, and they're also individual. However, these projects were not done alone. The projects you're going to see reflect, or the panel that you have today is a support panel of students around a similar theme, and that theme is accessibility. So very, very exciting work being done. The way that the format's going to reveal itself is students are going to present for around 5 minutes, and then we'll have about 10 minutes of feedback from our special guests, so around 15 minutes total. I will keep a timer, and I'll let you know in the chat how much time is left to give feedback. Nicole?
Yeah, so our suggested feedback structure that we practice in our program is called I like, I wish, I wonder method. And I'll paste the specifics in the chat, although I have a feeling our guests are probably familiar with this format. And we're going to go ahead and be starting with Alba. And Mordecai, I was hoping that you would take point on the feedback for Alba. And then Gabby, take notes just in case there's extra time. We can also get your thoughts as well. Does that sound good?
All right, Alba, take it away.
All right. And can you see my screen okay? Okay, perfect. Well, hello everyone. My name is Alba Chavez. Before I begin, I would like to just give a big thank you to our guests for joining us today and our professors for putting this together. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce my capstone project, K9 Connect, the service dog app. K9 Connect is a mobile app exclusively for service dog owners to have a safe space where they can connect, rate public spaces, and share experiences with one another. But before I get into that, you might be wondering, why a service dog app? Well, the video you're about to see is a compilation of the why, and hopefully you can hear it. If you could give me a nod, that would be great.
Dog handlers are complaining about fake service dogs in businesses. They say that it's very harmful and cause them to suffer medical episodes. People say they are overreacting and that it doesn't cause much harm, but many handlers disagree. If you walk through a Walmart, you'll see dogs in carts and dogs lunging. People say that dogs can't cause much harm, but handlers say they wouldn't know because they haven't been through it. Many say that they have to endure dog attacks and medical episodes on a daily basis due to fake service dogs. Businesses never seem to help because they allow fake service dogs in despite it being against the law. Fake service dog handlers will never have the fear of losing their lifeline. Unfortunately, handlers are very vigilant in public, and it makes having a service dog stressful. Handlers are upset about scam registries and fake ESAs. Many service dog have to retire early due to a fake service dog attempt.
Now, this is a mere glimpse into what service dog owners have to go through on a daily basis. And I've seen the impact these situations have had on the community firsthand. So I wanted to do something to help. And because of this, I want us to focus on that last clip specifically. Buddy was a service dog attacked by an off-leash dog in a park. His handler, which we'll name Lydia for the sake of her privacy, is physically disabled. And because of her disability, she couldn't do much to help him. Now, diving into the research, some insights came to light. A lot of public spaces don't allow real service dogs, even though it's illegal in most states to turn service dogs away. It also makes it hard for handlers to access public spaces because of that very reason. And due to bad experiences with fake service dogs, harassment is at an all-time high, and non-service dog owners and their owners partake in assault as well. It almost seems like there's no safe place for service dogs and their owners. And because of that, service dog owners don't feel safe in their own communities. It's hard for them to connect with others, and most don't even try to create those connections due to that fear. And lastly, there's a huge divide between real and fake service dogs. And this is due to the fact that a lot of information circulating is skewed from a large number of fake service dog handlers spreading misinformation. And because of that misinformation, there is a lot of negativity revolving service dogs. I had the opportunity to speak to service dog owners across the nation through Reddit, Twitter, even LinkedIn, and these are just some of the many things they had to say. But there was one quote that almost completely encapsulated the wants and needs of everyone that I interviewed. And it went like this: I want to be able to somehow know if a place is safe for me and my service dog. Is that so much to ask? Along with the abundance of people I was fortunate to meet, I was able to have more in-depth interviews with these three individuals that covered all sides of my research. And what did they all have in common? They all believe that the service dog community should have a place where they can feel safe and heard. So here is Canine Connect. This is what Lydia would see if she had Canine Connect on her device. Now, how could the app have prevented their tragic incident that hurt Buddy and halted his career as a service dog? Well, when Lydia wasn't sure about the park she wanted to take Buddy to, she could have downloaded Canine Connect to find out if the park is safe for her and Buddy. Upon sign up, Lydia must upload documentation to verify that she has a legitimate service dog to join the app. And the idea of asking people for documentation was one of the biggest obstacles I had to face. The community already hates having to be asked proof in order to step into places. So why would they be okay with being asked on an app of all things? Well, I approached the community with this concern, and most said they were comfortable with providing appropriate documentation if it means creating an environment for legitimate service dogs and their handlers. So through onboarding, Lydia learns she can engage with others, join communities, and most importantly, search service dog-friendly places through zones. Now there are 3 zones: green, yellow, and red. Green signifies that the place is fully accessible and service dog friendly. Yellow is considered neutral, whereas red is non-accessible and non-friendly to service dogs. And these results will be updated constantly through user-generated content. So once Lydia learns that, she explores the Discover section of the app. She searches for the park she wants to take Buddy to, and she notices that the park is in a red zone. So she looks for a park in a green zone instead, and decides on one. And after a funny evening at the park, she is able to rate it through stars and even write her own review. And because of Canine Connect, Lydia, Buddy, and hopefully many others will feel safer in their own communities. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. The prototype is on the left if you want to take a look at it.
All right, Mordecai, I believe you were tasked with first. Nice work, Alba.
Thank you.
Yeah, really great work. So I loved your research animations. I thought that was a really great, like a relatively low effort way to visualize all of the work that you clearly did in terms of researching. So to be clear, I'm not saying you didn't put effort into the research. I'm saying that the way you visualized it was a way to get like a great output with relatively low effort. And then I also really liked how you justified your design decisions through questions that you asked or insights that you gained directly from that research. I thought that was really well justified. I wish there was like a very brief summary of the why after that video. I do think that video illustrated the why that you were hitting at, but it was relatively long. And then you did go into like some bullet points after that, but like a summary of that video would have been helpful to just kind of like cement it in my mind. And then this, pardon me if this is like too in the weeds. I work on design systems, right? So like I think about component level details all day. And so I was wondering if one of those buttons on your first screen is more important than one of the other, if one of them could be like a primary CTA call to action. Because I noticed that there's two secondaries and like a text button. And so, yeah, maybe one of those is more important. I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Gabby, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, sure. Alba, great work. I really like the structure. I love the storytelling. You did a really good job hitting at the empathy of the problem. And it is a problem that I've read about, and I know it is a true problem. I agree with Mordecai when he says after the video, I was missing a bridge between going from the video to your solution. I don't know exactly what that is. Unfortunately, I don't know how to tell you what it is, but there was, for me, just something missing there. Like the video was long, we got the empathy, but I guess it was more about bridging the gap between the problem and the solution that you have. And also, I also wish you would have talked a little bit more about who really needs a service dog and why is it that everybody else is pretending that they have a service dog. Like, what are the benefits of having a service dog, and who really needs it? Does that make sense? Am I making sense to you, Alba?
Yes.
Okay, cool. And I'm so sorry if you did say that and I missed it. Feel free to say that to me. Totally fine.
No, I definitely didn't incorporate that into this presentation due to the length of it, but it is definitely in my research.
Okay, cool. All right, so that's all for me. Great job overall.
Thank you. Appreciate the feedback from both of you.
Absolutely.
I had another, oh my God, I lost it now too. That's, hold on. Let me try.
It's the Zoom room. You got this. There's something about this one.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So you obviously put a ton of effort into that great prototype that was on the screen for the last few slides. And I think it might have been on screen at an earlier point as well. But I think that having it on screen for so long detracted from the points you were trying to make, because it's a lot of motion. And so it for the viewer, it can be really hard to like take in the text that's on screen, listen to you as well, and also have there be motion going on. And so it's really important to show it. So I'm glad you showed it. But yeah, like for the viewer, it could be good to just like distill it down to like on this slide, what are like the 2 or 3 things that absolutely need to be impart, got the messages that have to be gotten across, and then make sure that everything that's on the slide is in support of those three things directly.
I agree with that too. I did get a little bit, wait, what is she saying? How's this related to it? I was looking at the prototype. I did do that back and forth.
Okay, anything else?
You did great.
Thank you.
We've been there.
Seriously.
You did great. We know
Yeah.
you put in a ton of work.
All right, nice work, Alba. I really like some of
Thank you so
the tweaks that you made, and it's a great project, much needed. We're now going to transition to Sam. Sam, are you ready to present?
I am. Can you hear me? I've been having mic problems.
Is there a way to make, we can hear it? Can you make it a little louder, Sam?
Yeah, let me try the stupid mic. Let me try and figure this out.
We can hear you though, so
I know I've been having problems with it. and
there we
I'm-
go. You got it.
Better? Oh,
Better.
didn't
All
know
right.
I was a genius. Okay, so let's get started. I had to get over my emotions from Alba's video. I was over here sort of like, don't cry. Okay, let me share screen. Ooh, can you see the panel at the top, or are you okay?
I think it's good.
Looks good.
Okay, so hello and thank you for allowing me to present my senior thesis. I will share who I am, my passion, and what I did for my senior project. So let's get into my senior project. Assistive technology alone does not equal accessibility. My name is Samantha. I'm a passionate advocate for accessibility across all designs. Accessibility is more than just the assistive technology we create, because it does not matter how many resources we design. If our users cannot access proper instructional support, our products and services will be more burdensome than supportive. I'm a person who was diagnosed with dyslexic thinking. When I was 13, I started high school and I was only just figuring out how to read. For assistive technology, I was handed these items. And no, they are not from the Stone Age. This assistive technology was good in theory, but nobody showed me how to use them, and they did not come with accessible instructions. When I bring this up, people often ask me, why not ask for help? This is a small sample of comments I've heard from conversations with people who use assistive technology in the classroom or workspace. I can confirm that similar comments were made towards me and my children. This combination of being given tools that you cannot use and being told how you shouldn't use them creates a learned helplessness that cripples most students with disabilities, resulting in people not wanting to ask for help. Hyper-independence is common among people with disabilities. This combination of learned helplessness and inadequate training creates situations where a lack of knowledge and access to assistive technology exasperates inequalities. I have been to numerous schools across the USA and the UK, and we still lack the tools to help students empower themselves with assistive technology. SMC is one of those with limited instructional materials for assistive technology. So I communicated with the Centre of Students with Disabilities and connected with the High Deck department to see how I could help support students like myself. I managed to collaborate with a great team of people. The need for instructional materials was confirmed in our first meeting. Aaron said, we were just talking about how we needed this the other day. And then Corinne said that this was a high area of need and asked if I could, and requested that I focus on the Office 365 platform. So what was on my agenda? I needed to create instructional guides and instructional video tutorials that focus on specific features, for example, transcription, dictation, recording of audio, and the Microsoft 365 app. Corinne requested that I make the documents in Word. This request caused me to panic a little, as I do not have the best of relationships with Microsoft Word. However, I saw this as an excellent opportunity to understand the software and its accessibility features from within. First thing that always goes into my head when I think of accessible documents is, why are accessible documents so yawn-producing? Here is a sample of instructional guides provided by colleges. The format of reading left to right, with images directly under, allows the screen readers to read clearly. The third is a more classic instructional design document. This would require little authoring. These are great for screen readers, but exclude those who need and require visuals to follow. So why can't we have both? Let's move over to view the instructional guide that I have created. Is it going to play? Yes. I wanted to be highly visual, but also comply with accessibility practices. So it was a balancing act, the use of universal icons, and I avoided specific colors to ensure accessibility, focusing on important typography choices like size 12 points plus with semi-bold was the best choice. I also needed to avoid cursive styles and underlining. I have been an instructor in many fields for over 18 years. Something that is universally true is the need to have instructional materials through a variety of modularities that break information into smaller, digestible chunks. My grade guide breaks each step into chunks, making them easier to follow and return to. As a reminder, I was asked to make these guides in Word. I wanted to share the challenges I found, which answers my question about the yawn-producing instructional guides we see. Word offers no master pages. Text boxes were not screen reader friendly, and tables are also not screen reader friendly. The kerning was really difficult, and overall, Word likes to choke on complexity. I spent much time waiting for the document to stop feeling frazzled so I could start again. While the stakeholder asked me to make this as a Word document, and I took on the challenge, I have learned that I would never recommend it for a complex document. Formatting became a massive issue due to the clunkiness of Microsoft software. If I were to do this again, I would have gone with my first instinct and used Adobe InDesign for its functionality. However, dependent on budget restrictions, Google Docs may offer a better platform for this type of document. Once the document was completed and passed the accessibility checker within Word, I then moved into Adobe Acrobat Reader. I chose this program because it was the benchmark PDF reader and it comes with a free basic package. But I was surprised to see the work that goes into a document to make it desktop reader friendly. The PDF must be correctly authored. This helps with programming a reading pattern and ensures that screen readers can navigate it easily, ensuring a smooth flow for the document. I found Adobe's program to be complex and stressful to work with, and visually hard to follow. The UI was horrible. As you can see from the slide, the left panel was crowded and overwhelming. Every time I tried to adjust an issue, it was like trying to build a house out of cards. One false move and the whole thing fell apart. So I connected with Aaron, one of the stakeholders. He walked me through the software called Equinox, which is a PDF accessibility software. It had a far superior graphic user interface. I was able to make the edits to the reading pattern whilst avoiding the snowball effect of errors. This indicates that Adobe needed to level up on its current PDF accessibility software. I then moved on to the instructional tutorials. I edited 7 instructional guides together that will be housed on the California Community College's Tech Connect portal. That's a tongue twister. These instructional videos followed the SMC style guide with vital branding elements. Having SMC's own branded guides helps the college promote its values and culture of supporting students with disabilities, and also makes the students feel important and supported by faculty. I broke the videos into small chunks following the guidance from instructional design principles. It also allows for better retention of information, helping to support the student and not overwhelm them. I made the tutorials easier to follow by using the OBS system to help zoom in and highlight action areas. I enlarged my mouse to make it easier to track. I then finished them in Premiere Pro with an accompanying soundtrack. Scripts were provided so the captions can be optional within the network and not embedded into the video. These videos are all live on the 3C portal, ready for viewing. Going through this process, I learned to be more understanding what people go through to make documents accessible. However, creating highly visual documents that read like standard documents can be done with more effort on the author's side and is essential for accessibility. More consideration in instructional design in disability education and workplace settings is important. I also believe we should have more transparent way to use affordable or accessible software programs for PDF accessibility authoring, as current options are overwhelming and or costly. AI has made significant changes in assistive technology and services. AI could provide a solution that puts everybody at the same level with or without disabilities. With eye tracking software programs, image recognition software, and the ability to decipher and summarize text, AI provides an opportunity to close the gap in education and costs. And lastly, I'd like to thank you for your time, and I look forward to your feedback.
All right, Sam, nice work. We have around 7 minutes for feedback. Gabby, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, absolutely. Sam, wow, that was there you are. I was looking for you. That was a lot. That was a lot of work. Thank you so much for walking us through the whole process. Are these up somewhere at SMC? Is that what I understood? Like, are these accessible to all students?
Yes,
That's-
they're currently live and being used. I haven't received any feedback yet, but I'm waiting. It is the end of the semester and that's when they got released. So I have to wait till next semester's new students use it. And then I'm looking forward to the feedback.
Okay, that's wow. That's all I have to say. Wow. So I have a couple of comments, but I hope please don't take them the wrong way, because I really do appreciate all the work that you have done. But in terms of like the whole presentation, I was like, you started talking about your like people that have some sort of learning disability. And then I felt like it went somewhere else. It went to like the people who are designing instructional documents to help people with disability. So I guess I got lost on who your final user was there. Who you were really trying to help. Does that make sense?
It makes complete sense. Yeah.
And I know that at the end you're helping everybody, because we understood how difficult these are to make. And we also understand the value, but I wish you had talked to us a little bit more about just worked on the empathy building aspect of the storytelling, if that makes sense. And also I'm just curious about, why did you focus so much on the software that you had to use to put all of this together? You talked a lot about Word. And,
yeah, it was a discovery, because as a person who spent most of my life relying on desktop readers, screen readers, I struggle with them, because they're either incredibly boring and have no visual elements that I need, or they're designed for people that are fully auditory.
Mhm.
So when people make accessible documents, they often exclude the people like myself that will require highly visual documents. And within that discovery, although when I did my research and I spoke to people, and we do have a huge need, it's wide. It's across colleges and educational systems, is that people that implement assistive technology do not either have the training, or they do not have the training for people to help themselves. But when I was asked to do it in Word, I panicked a little, because Word's horrible.
Yeah.
But then actually I took on the challenge, because most people that are designing these documents are using Word. So I wanted to discover why we're taking the easy route. And that, to me, that was the easy route. We use Word and we just don't put many pictures on it. So I wanted to figure out if it can be done, and it can be done. My document is fully accessible. The reading pattern it reads like a standard Word document without any images. You wouldn't even know there are images on it if you were just auditory listening to it. And to me, that's really important as somebody who relies on desktop readers. It was important for me, and it was really a discovery. I really discovered and learned to be more empathetic of the people that are designing these documents, because I tend to come across it a bit more angry, because why is it not that way? But now I know.
Yep.
And I think it's important for most people to understand that there is a lot of authoring that goes behind these documents, that's the process.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for clarifying that. I loved how you talked about, making things concise and approachable, easy to read, like not using difficult language. This is really part of what I do at Rivian too. And every user manual should be like that. So I love that you did that. And I also loved how you're now more empathetic with the people who are creating these documents, because yeah, it's hard work. I'm gonna let Mordecai add a couple comments here, but overall, thank you so much for sharing. Yeah, this was great. Really happy with everything that you've done, and that everybody at SMC can access it.
Thank you, Gabby. I appreciate that.
Yeah, tremendous monument to how much work you put into this, and it's great that it'll have a very direct impact. That's probably my my biggest applause, is the fact that this is something very, very real that people are going to be using soon, I hope. and that's amazing. I thought you had a great mix of text and imagery in your slides. I thought you did a good job of balancing those throughout the presentation. Love the stick figures. Thought that was a great way to like create a cohesive theme. Really good. Yeah, I personally, I mean, I'm like a very technical designer, so I loved that you were getting into all of the nitty gritty of what you did and when with what program. But I could see how that might be controversial, to be honest. And then the biggest nit that I have is the biggest nit that I have to pick is that I personally feel like it would have been great to see like some sort of graphic that abstracted your deliverables. I know that like your deliverables are there's so many of them, and so it can be, and they're also like computer files, so it's hard to do that, I know, but it is possible and it's been done, right? So that would have been great to like hammer home, like I made this many things, I did these things. They don't look like these things, but you know, there's an abstract presentation of them in some way, even if that was a sketch like your the stick figures, maybe. I don't know.
That's a great idea. Damn it. I've been thinking the whole time, how can I demonstrate this? And I could not nail it. Where were you a month ago?
Yeah, that's all I got to say, though. That was a really great presentation.
Thank you. I really appreciate the feedback and the support from my accessibility team and the faculty. Thank you.
All right, Sam, nice work. We're right at time. This is on tape delay, so we can edit that out. And Mordecai, I love the hammer at home pun. Well played. Julia, you are up next.
Yes. And Mordecai's point, right? Luke?
That is correct. So Mordecai,
cool.
You'll take the lead. Thank you.
Yep. Can you guys hear me? Okay,
Perfectly. Great.
Okay, let's go. So breaking the communication barrier, leveraging digital tools for high functioning autistic teens. Imagine being in a classroom where everyone seems to be speaking a language that you can understand. You want to participate, to learn, to connect with your peers, but you just can't seem to break through the communication barrier. This is the reality for many individuals on the autism spectrum who faces social challenges in communication in educational environments. Hello, my name is Julia, and this is my story of designing a solution to help my brother and others struggling with communication barriers. So a few years ago, my brother was diagnosed with autism level 1, previously known as Asperger's syndrome. He was 13 at the time and a bit older than the typical age range for diagnosis. Individuals with high-functioning autism generally have above average intelligence, but experience challenges in social skills. Other traits may include narrow obsession, difficulty with change, emotional outburst, and sensory hypersensitivity. His journey has been a roller coaster, and as someone who's always been approaching problems with a solution-focused mindset, I decided to dig deeper into the main cause of the issue. I mapped out his journey based on conversations with him, mom, and dad. So it all began when he frequently found himself in conflicts with his peers at school. Initially, no one realized that he had difficulty reading and understanding social cues. So due to a parental dispute about whether or not an investigation should take place, it wasn't until my brother himself initiated an investigation after hearing a classmate presenting on the topic, where he resonated with a lot that was being said. At first, the request for an investigation was dismissed by the child and adolescent psychiatry due to his high intelligence, as they claimed not being an area that they investigated and completely disregarded his other challenges. The uncertainty of not fitting in, feeling different without knowing why, took a toll on my brother. He began isolating himself, and it reached a critical point before his case was finally taken seriously. So I discovered that his challenges of self-isolation and declined mental health were, like many other autistic individuals, rooted in the challenge of social communication, interaction, and interpreting social cues.
This had me ask the question, how might we empower high-function autistic individuals to develop and master social skills in educational and social environments? To help me answer the question, I wanted to see what already existed in the space that addresses this problem. So one of them is Florero, an app that offers VR experiences for social skill training. While it provides a realistic environment, it has limitation in terms of its accessibility and affordability, as it is limited to VR only and on the pricier side. Another one is Clog's Social Skill Series, which offers interactive video games and social skill training and includes a great progress tracking feature. However, it primarily targets younger children and lack customization options. And then we have Prologue to Go, a communication app that focuses on augmentative and alternative communication, AAC, for individuals who cannot speak or need assistance of being understood. But it stands out with its fully customizable feature. And lastly, we have the card games, Should I or Shouldn't I? What Would Others Think? Reversed edition for teens by Social Things. And as the name suggests, it targets older children and teenagers, which differentiates from the many existing tools that focuses on a younger age group. So what I discovered was that while all of these offers valuable feature, they all lack a comprehensive approach in addressing the social communication challenge. And most importantly, there seems to be a gap in supporting older children and teenagers like my brother, since most solutions out there targets a younger age group. During the interview with my brother, an important discovery emerged. Like many autistic individuals, he has a special interest in technology and a preference for socializing through his mobile phone. This valuable insight, combined with previous research findings, highlighted the importance of leveraging the predictable and structured environment offered by digital platforms. This environment enables autistic individuals to maintain their routines comfortably without experiencing distress, and they are more receptive to learning through methods that they enjoy. So these critical findings served as a foundation for the development of my solution. So based on this feedback, these insights, and inspired by valuable features offered by the existing resources, such as the card game from Social Things and the progress tracking system within Clog Social Skills app, along with my mom's practical approach, using a printed out mood thermostat to help my brother identify his emotion and prevent emotion outbursts, I have developed Social Minds. This user-friendly mobile application utilizes simple language and offers interactive activities to facilitate learning and skill development for older children and teens who possesses a good verbal skill but struggle in the social skill area. The primary focus of Social Minds is to help the user identify their emotions and enhance their interpretation and effective communication with others in social situations. But so how would this exactly help address the problem? Let's explore the experience of Alex, a young teenager on the autism spectrum who discovered the transformative power of Social Minds.
Each morning, Alex starts the day with a daily mood check-in using the app's interactive emotional thermostat. This simple practice has prevented him from getting his usual anger outbursts, as he has been able to regulate his emotion, thanks to the suggested activities. Today is an exciting day for Alex. He is going to have his first day in the summer chess camp. But thinking about all the new people he is going to interact with makes him a bit anxious. Alex turns to the app for support. He opens the Communication Starter Exercises section, where he can find helpful tips and conversation prompts. This boosts Alex's confidence and prepares him for conversations he might encounter throughout the day. With some spare time before leaving, Alex completes an exercise related to the previously read section and earns 5 points as a reward. He navigates to the progress section, where he sees that he only needs 5 more points to unlock the new level of exercises. He takes a brief look at the clock and sees that he has time for one more. He knows exactly which one, the interactive card game in the social challenge section. Alex loves the activity of gameplay and is excited to play. The progress tracking feature has become a motivating factor for Alex, as feels a sense of accomplishment as he unlocks new levels, earns points, and witnesses his growth over time. Through the consistent and varied use of the Social Minds app, Alex's life undergoes a positive transformation. He becomes more adept at identifying and regulating their emotions, engaging in meaningful conversations, and navigating social challenges. With improved social communication skills, Alex feels more connected to their peers and experiences a greater sense of belonging in school and social environments.
So Alex's story exemplifies natural and beneficial use of the app Social Minds in various situations through features such as the daily mood check-ins, communication starter exercises, enjoyable social challenges, and the customized interfaces. The app empowers individuals like Alex to leverage familiar digital tools. It gradually helps them overcome social anxiety, gain the confidence needed to break through the communication barriers, and thrive independently in their interactions. So this is not the end of the story, but this is where I'll leave off today. Social Mind will further develop around its core mission and have an exciting roadmap ahead. Thank you so much for listening. I would love to answer any questions you might have. Please feel free to reach out via the contact information provided on this slide.
All right, nice job, Julia. We have about 7 minutes for feedback. Mordecai, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. Amazing use of imagery, Julia. Loved the imagery and animations overall, even the AI generated stuff. I thought you did some interesting and great jobs compositing some of those images together. I thought you did a really good job in framing the problem and moving from that to the how might we statement. That was like a really strong message that came through. And then I loved the precedent analysis that you had. I am not sure if you needed to go as in depth on each of them. You presented like a great summary of all of them, saying that like they all kind of lacked like a comprehensive approach to social interaction, something like that. I think that deserved its own slide, like just those words, whatever you said. And you might have been able to like talk for like half as long about the individual ones. And then I wish that maybe you included a precedent analysis on mood trackers as well. That looked like it was a big part of your solution. And so, I'm sure you had to make some design decisions on your mood tracker. So would love to see how learning about precedents in the mood tracking space affected that project. I wonder if the bobbing was necessary on some of the static images. I understand that like it's good to create visual interest. But it felt like at times it might have been overused. I also wonder if there's a way to highlight what went wrong during this project, because this feels very neat and tidy to me, like very suspiciously neat and tidy is the way I'll say it, because it couldn't have been. But it's great. Like it means that you're telling a story in a very effective way. But there is room for the humanity to come in. But overall, really great job.
Thank you.
Hey, Julia, that was great. I love I think Mordecai said it perfectly. I loved how you went from telling us all about your brother to, hey, how might we solve this problem? I feel like I know your brother a little bit. So great job there. I agree also when Mordecai said that the story seems almost a little too perfect. I guess what I wish you had talked a little bit more about others that suffer from that. Like, did you interview anybody else for this project? Did you focus mainly on, someone who's very close to you, who you wish to help? So I guess I'm missing a little bit of that. I agree with the animation on the screen. And in terms of the presentation, I think you did a great job with the visual. I just think that sometimes you would, I wish we had more slides. I think we stayed in the same slide for a little too long in some of the parts there. Let me see if I can, sorry, I was paying so much attention, it was hard for me to take notes, so that's on me. Overall, I think you did a fantastic job. Oh yeah, I wish you had talked a little bit more about the solution that you put together, because you talked about the mood checks, or the mood, what are they called? Mood
thermostat.
Your mood thermostat. Like, I wish you had, you had gone a little deeper into the weeds of how that is helpful, and how in the long run, how that will help somebody with autism. But I think, yeah, fantastic job. Did all of that make sense?
Yeah, and to kind of like answer the question, I had such a hard time to kind of wrap the whole thing and have it as short as possible and tell the whole story. But I had some struggles, and that's what I included in my first slide, where it was too many interesting directions, and I had just it took a long time to decide where I should focus. I decided to just focus narrow on my brother's situation. And the mood thermostat is a tool that he uses, which is printed out, horrible in my opinion, but it works to some degree. And I've tested out this app with him, and he prefers to have it on the mobile phone. So yeah, it was really valuable feedback. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
We have about 2 minutes for any other comments. Mordecai, Gabby, anything you want to add?
Loved the little animation with the 5 phones or the 6 phones or whatever. That was really clean.
Thank you.
Very cool. Julia, do you have any questions for our industry experts? Okay, great. We're going to have some time at the very end to sort of do a thematic sort of overview, but we'll move to our last student, Juan.
All right.
Yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Cool. And can you see the screen?
Yes.
Perfect. All right. So, hello, I'm Juan Zatara, and I'm here to present to you Braille Boulevard, an accessible Hot Wheels playset for children with visual impairment. But before we get to the fun stuff, I'm going to give you some background on me and the beginnings of this project. So, I was born in Argentina, and I have a background in industrial design. I studied it with a focus on transportation design at the Academy of Art University in San Francisco from 2014 to 18. And I pursued this career path because it was the logical choice after a lifetime of being around cars and drawing them. So I began this process by focusing on color blindness. For those that don't know, color blindness is a condition that affects one's perception of color. There are 3 main types that range in severity and go from being unable to distinguish certain colors to not being able to see color at all. I had participants use an app that shows you the world through the different kinds of color blindness while looking at various Hot Wheels. Hot Wheels are known for their bright colors and designs, thus the distortion of colors may change their meaning and their luster. Participants noted that some cars seemed lifeless and dull, not exciting at all. But then as I was talking to someone about my project and the direction I was starting to head in, she mentioned blindness and how the blind require more sensory experience. This lit a bulb in my head, and I quickly sketched this out. I was inspired by these multi-element toys that combine water and sand. This concept has an ear for water, a sand pit, as well as Braille to give context. While I thought on the subjects of blindness in cars, I remembered this image I'd seen online many times. I always found it very impactful because it represents how passions have no disabilities, no limits. It transcends barriers, and it shows that cars are for everyone. This man is Santiago, born blind. He developed a love for racing at the first time he went to a race at the age of 8. As he grew, he started going to races on his own. Eventually, he got to ride in the car of his favorite driver. That first picture and his story got me thinking, how can a love and passion for cars be fostered at a young age in visually impaired children? As I explored what accessible toys currently exist, I found a limited selection that was made up of very basic toys, such as blocks with Braille on them. However, I did discover a few recent developments in which popular toys are made more accessible, the first of which are Lego Braille bricks. The American Publishing House wrote an article on these special bricks where they stated, "This allows sighted and blind kids to play and learn together on equal terms." The article also notes that learning Braille is said to be crucial for blind or visually impaired children, as it allows them to develop a variety of life skills, ensuring they experience intellectual freedom, independence, and equal access to education and work. Hot Wheels itself has also recently come out with a car that has Braille written on it and on its packaging. The purpose of Braille Boulevard is to encourage learning about and through Braille to create an inclusive experience where a child doesn't have to adapt to the toy, rather the toy is made with them in mind. But what is Braille? So it's a tactile writing and reading system for the visually impaired. It uses raised bumps written in 3x2 cells. Different combinations of bumps make up all the letters and numbers. Braille has two major grades, which are basically writing styles. The first is grade 1, which is a one-to-one translation of the Latin alphabet. Words are written out letter by letter as in standard English. Braille Boulevard uses grade 1 since it's what children learn first, and it's much simpler than grade 2, which uses contractions. Many words are shortened down to just a few letters. So I then made a second sketch in an attempt to channel a more Hot Wheels-like attitude. This concept featured racing terms written in Braille, such as apex and pits, as well as a more dynamic layout. And then this is the final result with a track and all the labels applied. My friend built the base out of wood, and it features a pit filled with kinetic sand as an added level of sensory play. Through my research, I found that children will become frustrated if a toy gets out of their reach. Frustration will lead to disinterest in the toy, so the playset has two precautions to help make sure the cars stay in its confines. First, the edges of the track itself, and second are the base's edges. With the labels, I wanted to strike a balance between providing context for what's on the track and how to use it, world building, and education. On the left side, there's an area which has the different major parts that make up a car. And here you can actually see what they are. Words such as chassis, exhaust pipe, engine, etc. Some context is provided by labels such as push the lever, because the garage has a lever that when pushed down will launch a car into the sandpit. Some automotive terms provided are apex on one of the turns and pits by the garage. There's some repetition of labels in order to make sure the larger sections can be easily explained, such as the bridge and the sandpit. And as a fun exercise, I rendered this box for what the set could look like being sold in a store. Now, unfortunately, the track has not been tested yet. I'd been in contact with the Braille Institute, which is a nonprofit that helps people with vision loss. However, due to scheduling conflicts on their end, the plans fell through. But I have a couple of goals and questions I'd like to find the answers for. First is on the orientation of the labels. For simplicity's sake and ease of reading, they all face one direction. I'd assume that it'd be a benefit to have it like that, but the way a child plays with the track could be different. Second is if the labels are of any value, and if they're at a reasonable distance where they can be easily read. And then that ties in with my third question, which is size. It's a decently large base, and I'm hoping it does not prove to be an issue when playing or attempting to read any of the labels. And finally is what I would say is the most important question. Is it fun? Is the child actually entertained and engaged by the playset? And once I have these answers, coupled with the observations, I'll be able to make adjustments catered to the child's needs. And that is it. Thank you guys for listening. You can follow these QR codes to my work, and I'll also drop some links in the chat.
All right, Juan, nice work. Gabby, if you want to lead us off, we have around 9 minutes, and then Mordecai, if there's time to follow up.
Hey, Juan. Juan and I actually took classes together back in the day. Yeah, I remember your car drawings. That was unbelievable. That was, I think Luke and Nicole picked the right project for me to provide feedback on, because it's both accessibility and vehicles. That was amazing. I love the idea of, like, you said something about passion has no disabilities, with the photo of the guy who's, passionate about cars. And I love that because he might not be able to see the cars, but he can hear it and feel the vibration. And I love that. So yeah, great job. A couple of things. I was, again, so entertained that I forgot to take notes. So Braille Boulevard is what you put together, right? Is that okay? Cool. And I don't have anything that I wonder or wish. I don't know. That did it for me. I'm so sorry. I'm quite touched. Good job. That was beautiful.
Thank you.
All right. Mordecai, you wanna?
Sure. I thought you had, excuse me, really good dynamism in your vocal delivery, your script, very well put together in those ways. Excellent illustration of your process and that pivot early on. love to see you moving through ambiguity. That is a skill set that is undeniably valued, is moving through ambiguity. So that you demonstrate that so well here is really good. I am gonna dive into the nitty-gritty because I'm a nitty-gritty type of dude. I think that the graphic design of your illustration is like so perfectly themed for like the project. However, I do think that the typographic hierarchy, I wish it was a little bit more structured per slide. There are times where I think all caps is great, like where you're talking about like the labels and you're like it's like themed like the Hot Wheels logo. That's an appropriate time for all caps, I think. But when everything else is all caps, it means that everything is important, which means that nothing is important. So I think that that would be, you are doing a disservice to the excellent knowledge that you're portraying, or that you're putting down on each slide when the hierarchy is all caps like that. I wish that you included what you used to render, because there were 3D renders in there, right?
No, that was all in Photoshop.
Oh, it was all in wow. Okay, well, it was just like a great photo. It looked like a 3D render.
the packaging is Photoshop, but the actual, the set itself was made out of wood and Hot Wheels track.
Okay, well, that's also super impressive. Yeah, that's my bad. I missed that. I think it was just the fact that you used that word render like triggered something in my brain. But I know there's a lot of different ways to use that verb, right? Other than that, yeah, I really love that you set those goals for the testing. That means that you are setting up your research properly, right? Like it means that you had no intention to kind of backsplain anything, right? Or justify anything based on your findings. So that's really important. Yeah, just wish I could know the results of the test.
Me too.
Here, now that I've been able to take a breather. So a couple of things. When you showed us Braille Boulevard and you were talking about like how you made sure to keep the edges so they don't lose the vehicles, or I wish you had sort of just labels to tell us what you're talking about. It is the first time we're seeing it, so it's kind of hard to follow what exactly it is that you're pointing at. I was also curious about how you took a deep dive into explaining to the audience what Braille is. Can you talk to us a little bit about?
Well, I just wanted to let the audience know, kind of like get a brief summary of what it is. And so I'm not just like saying these things without any context, because I had to research, a bunch about it to be actually the labels that I wrote, I hand wrote them. And I had to research like which type to use. So I wanted to give, the audience a brief explanation so that they're not kind of left out.
Okay. Cool. The other thing that I was gonna, so you, and also I remember you talked about this, but I honestly don't remember what you said. You started doing something, just remind me, you started doing something with your project and then you changed.
Color blindness.
Oh, it was the color blindness. Okay, yes. Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, that's all for me.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to what you hear back from your test questions.
So we have 3 minutes. Anything else for Juan? Juan, any questions that you have for our industry experts?
No, I think I'm good. Is it nice working at Rivian?
Yeah, it's really cool. It's awesome.
Okay, great. So so all 4 of our students have presented. We do have some time for sort of like a general look at the topic of accessibility. So I'm curious for our guests how accessibility has impacted your lives, either personally or professionally?
You can go first.
Okay, are you sure? Thank you. Yeah, personally, my parents are both deaf, so glad you asked it. So yeah, my parents are both deaf. Grew up in a household where I got to listen to music as loud as I wanted, but also there were certainly some differences in my childhood compared to others for that maybe weren't as wholesome as being able to rock my music like that. Yeah, had to be an interpreter for my mom, you know, in every setting that I was with her, basically, because most people don't have enough money to pay an interpreter to follow them around. I would say that the way that affects my life now, my professional life now, is that I'm very keenly aware of the what is in and out of people's awareness. So not just the users that I'm designing for, but the people that I'm designing with, the people that work around me. I think that when you work in a large company, it's very, very, very important to over communicate. So it helps me with that, in a sense, being able to think about what people that are loosely affiliated with my project might or might not be aware of. And then, yeah, I work on design systems, which is kind of a blessing because the engineers and designers that are on design systems are on those teams because they care about accessibility, because we make the components that need to be accessible because they're used throughout the product. So that is like, I recognize as a privilege. Most people do not get to work with people who care so deeply. I'm very grateful for that. Go ahead, Gabby.
Thank you. So personally, I guess, well, I grew up with my grandparents. So, you know, as we age, our bodies change and the things that used to work start to stop working. So, I mean, that's the closest thing that I have in my family in terms of like disability, thankfully. But coming into the IxD program and working on a project for visually impaired people, that was mind-blowing to me. And I loved being exposed to you know, accessibility in design that early on, because from then on, every project that we worked on, I was focusing on that. And that essentially is what landed me the job at Rivian. And to this day, you know, I get to work in some accessibility features at Rivian. And also, you know, color blindness is a really big one that I'm always like, guys, this is not going to work. We can't just rely on colors to convey things, because that can mean something completely different for someone who's colorblind. And also I got to work, so because our vehicles are so high, short people like myself have a really hard time getting in and out of them. So I got to work on a feature called Kneel, which is essentially you park the vehicle and the vehicle goes, it's because it's got an air suspension. So, you know, being part of that was just really cool, because leaving the IxD program, I had always had a passion for cars, but I never thought I'd work in the automotive industry. And being able to do that while also focusing on accessibility, I think is really, really cool. So, yeah.
Great. We have time for one more. So we'll get you out of here on this. Our students, this is their capstone. They'll be transitioning from academia to the professional world. Gabby, Mordecai, if you could give one bit of advice for that transition, what might that be?
Your portfolio doesn't need to be perfect. It's not ever going to be perfect. And it just needs to know. It just needs to look like you know what you're doing. And I promise you can do that.
That's good advice. I should take that advice too. I guess whenever you're presenting something in an interview, presenting a project, I would choose for a project that you're passionate about. It's usually very obvious when you're passionate about something. And I mean, you guys will probably can already tell when someone's talking about something they're passionate about, it's more interesting to listen to it. It's more engaging. It's easier. So yeah, that's my advice. Just pick something that you like and go with it, even if it has nothing to do with the company. I think it leads to better conversations and will help people get to know you better.
Great. And the projects we saw today, I think, and building on what Gabby said, was a reflection of some passion, and it was really great to see all this work to come together. Nicole, anything that you want to add as we start to wrap things up?
Well, something I was just thinking about that I wanted to just like highlight for our graduating seniors was, I mean, I believe like the universe like kind of gives you these little touch points and you start seeing themes sometimes. Maybe that's like weird and woo-woo, whatever. But we were recently as a program at Riot Games, and there was a beautiful kind of question and answer session of folks that worked there that had been interns, and they were giving their feedback and their suggestions for life and work and all the things. And something that really stood out that Gabby just touched on as well is that when you are authentic and to yourself and what matters to you as a designer, even if that might not necessarily be exactly what the company, studio, whatever you're applying to or interviewing for does, it's going to shine through, and your passion is what and what matters to you and what drives you is going to show through. And that's the type of person that is going to be what they remember when they want to bring you onto their team. I mean, of course, you don't want it to be like super different. Like, I mean, there has to be some sort of symmetry there, but I just really appreciated that both of you kind of highlight that. I mean, Mordecai, you talked about how you're really grateful for the team that you have and that their values and what's important to them align with what you also have. And Gabby, you just touched on that too. It's like, I just hope all of you take that with you. I know it's hard and it's easier said than done, but there is truth to it. So just going to highlight that as you all graduate and move into and transition into life and meaning and thoughts around that. So yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Well, great. Well, thank you all. I especially want to thank our alumni who have come back. This is the first time that we've done this, and I sent a message to Nicole in the chat, a private direct one that said, because this was Nicole's idea, and I was like, this was genius, because the feedback that you gave was really great, and it's really great to see your perspective as designers and experts in the field. So thank you so much for joining us today. I'd also like to thank our students. Well done. I hope you celebrate. It's great to celebrate. We only get some of these victories sometime, and this was a big milestone. So I really appreciate all the hard work and dedication that you've shown. And again, the passion really came through. And finally, there's a bunch of people out there that may be watching you today. These projects don't get done or alone. The four of you have been a support system, and I know that those support systems extend back to partners, friends, maybe even support animals to help get you through this. And so really, really well done. And so thank you to the folks out there that have supported you through the journey. That's it for now. We have one more group partnerships at 4 o'clock, but we'll see you then. And again, thank you everyone and congratulations.
Yeah, congrats everybody. Thank you.
Congrats. Go celebrate. Woo.
Congrats.
Bye.
Bye.
Hooray. PJ's
Hi,
here.
everybody. Hi.
Hey, PJ.
Hi. Hello.
It's already been a year. Wow.
Yeah.
Good to see everybody.
Scary. I like your hat, PJ.
Thank you. I might have worn it for my presentation, so
Did you?
I think
Maybe I
maybe I always wear this hat. I always wear this hat.
I might have said I liked it then too.
Probably, yeah. We're in a loop.
We might be. We might be. It's good to see you.
We're gonna get started shortly. We have one more guest coming. But this is great. It's really great to see you, PJ, and thank you for taking time to be here.
Thank you for inviting me.
Very cool. And students, you did it. You're here. Congratulations. Again, this is going to go by quick. So if there's any advice, try to enjoy it. You know this stuff, and it's been great to see your projects. All right. Hey.
Hi, Dee.
Hi, Dee. All right. Dee's here. We can get started. So welcome, everyone, to the 2023 IxD Grad Show Live. My name is Luke Johnson, and the projects you'll see today are part of the Senior Studio class. Before we get started, I wanted to welcome IxD Program Lead Nicole Chan, who will talk about the IxD program, and welcome our guests.
Yeah, hi everyone. Welcome. My name is Nicole Chan, as Luke mentioned. I'm the IxD Program Lead. So the SMC IxD program is very unique. It's the only interaction design bachelor's program at a community college in the United States. And if I'm wrong, please let me know. But we are very special in those regards. And we also have some really amazing alumni, which leads me to into introducing our special guest today. They are not only industry experts, but they are also IxD alumni who are going to be providing our seniors feedback today. So let's do some brief intros on them. PJ, do you want to kick us off?
Of course. Hi, everybody. My name is PJ. I am I was part of cohort 5 just last year. Don't know what really else to say, but I'm based out of the Bay Area. I've never met most of my fellow classmates in person. So hopefully one day I can meet even all of you guys one day in person.
That's crazy.
Weird.
Right. I know. That was during the foggy time for me. Dee, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Dee. I graduated in cohort 4. And I'm currently working as a UX UI designer for a startup. And I also teach a UX class, a CSUDH. So yeah, really excited to see everybody's project today.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And Dee, I also want to thank you. I know that you've done some work keeping our alumni initiatives moving forward, and you're sort of the glue behind that. And so thank you for all your work. You know, this is especially important as our students transition out of the IxD cohort and to becoming alumni themselves to stay connected. So we really appreciate all the work that you do. So for PJ specifically, but for those people out there, the senior capstone that you're going to see today reflects some changes from the past. So instead of being an 8-week sprint, you'll see projects that are 16 weeks or a full semester, but most importantly, they are individual projects. But as we know, no project is done completely alone. So the support, the students that we're seeing today reflect a part of a support team under the umbrella, and I get this right, everyone, service design. So everyone here worked on service design or service inspired projects. So that's what you'll see today. Nicole, do you want to, one other thing about the format is students are going to have around 5 minutes to present and then 10 minutes for feedback. We'll assign someone to take the lead on that. So around 15 minutes total. And we're going to keep a pretty tight clock, and I'll put in the chat when we're getting close to the end of a student's time. Nicole?
Yeah. So let's talk about feedback. So a suggestion for feedback structure is the I like, I wish, I wonder method. I know that our alum are very familiar with this framework. I'll go ahead and I'll paste the specifics in our chat about that if you want a little refresh. However, we're going to go ahead and jump in. We're going to be starting with Liz Martinez and PJ. I was hoping that you would take lead on this feedback, meaning that you're going to start the feedback after Liz's presentation, and then D, if you wouldn't mind, also please taking notes in case there's some time after PJ gives some thoughts. Sound good? Cool.
Okay, let me do my screen share real quick. And everybody can hear me okay? Yeah, great. Okay. All right. All right, so let me get started. So hi, everyone. Thank you for being here today. I'm Liz Martinez, and I'm excited to present to you First Home Source, an online guide I designed and developed for first-time home buyers. But before we dive in, let me tell you a little bit about myself and why I developed this guide. So prior to attending the interaction design program at SMC, I worked as a transaction coordinator for a real estate brokerage firm. I made sure all the required documents were signed by both parties. And after working there for 8 years, I gained the knowledge and confidence to buy my first home. Needless to say, I became very familiar with the process. But during my time there, I saw many clients struggle with understanding the complexities of home buying. This was even more evident when family and friends would ask me questions about the process. They wanted to know where to start and where to access more information. So I started thinking, what if I could use my design skills to create an informational guide that I could easily share with them? So I created First Home Source, an online guide that informs new buyers of the home buying process. The guide focuses on each step of the way with a simple, clear overview, but with the ability to access more information without leaving the site. As I started to do more research for this project, I found that the resources for new buyers weren't the best. Buyers can use Google to find information, but can often be unreliable and inaccurate. In addition, the information is not engaging and takes time to sift through. There's also TikTok and Instagram that provide advice in a short overview, but often leave out a lot of details. The National Association of Realtors has a free paper toolkit they can mail you. However, I signed up for it over a month ago and never received it. Through my research, I also found that approximately 78% of new buyers experience regret after purchasing their home, citing that the home was more expensive than they anticipated it to be, or they compromised on the things they really wanted for their home. They acknowledge that both could have been prevented by taking the time to do more research. So I saw this as an opportunity to expand First Home Source to all new buyers, not just family, friends, or clients. By making this information available to buyers before they make a big commitment, I hope to empower them to move forward confidently with their home purchase. To decide on what other information to include on the guide, I spoke to first-time home buyers and real estate agents. Meet Chris, an aspiring home buyer. He and his partner have found online searching frustrating and don't know where to start. More specifically, he expressed having a systematic way of learning about the whole buying process. He also expressed great interest in getting insider tips and a way to save resources to refer back to. He feels like having this knowledge beforehand will make him feel better prepared when talking to professionals. So based on this insight, I designed the guide to be suited for beginners. Each section is color-coded to the viewer, so the viewer can visually understand what step they are in. It also coordinates with the table of contents. A unique feature of this site is that it begins with the description of the real estate professionals a buyer will encounter during the transaction. As you can see, there are many people involved in order to purchase a home successfully. Each section allows for more discovery through clickable pop-ups and links to more references. It also features a bookmark so that buyers can come back and read through it at their own pace. From my conversations with other first-time home buyers, they expressed the need for a glossary of terms, which they said would help them even more to understand the complex terminology. They also wanted a printable checklist. I also got the opportunity to interview April, an independent agent, and she stated that it's really the agent that is creating the entire experience for clients. This means answering their questions before they even ask them. Unfortunately, not all agents care enough or have time to go above and beyond for their clients. However, for April, she really wanted to help her clients, so she developed a paper guide for them, which took her a month to complete. Her guide focuses on the common questions she gets asked, like how much to offer on a house, how to make sure the lending process goes smoothly, and what to expect during inspection. With First Home Source, I included a section of the lending process and what to avoid so that the process goes smoothly, as well as what buyers will encounter during their inspections. For my interview with Verna, another real estate agent, she mentioned that she sits with her clients during the initial consultation and hands them pen and paper to write down key points of the home buying process so that they can refer back to. She also has Spanish-speaking clients and is thrilled with the idea of using a guide that is in Spanish to share with them. So this insight inspired me to make First Home Source bilingual. Spanish speakers can select to view the site in Spanish by clicking on the top right. The next steps of First Home Source is to perform more user testing, present First Home Source to real estate agents as a tool they can share with their own clients, and eventually expand the guide to include first-time sellers, first-time property investors, and more. If you would like to try First Home Source, you can find it on my website. I've also included a link in the chat and would love your feedback. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right, great work, Liz. So PJ, we have around 9 minutes for feedback. I'll let you know when we get closer to the end of the time as well.
9 minutes. Okay. So I will start with what I love. So what I love, of course, is that you considered multiple languages. So, I mean, I'm a language nerd, so I love the fact that you considered having this product or this solution being multilingual. I overall love the visuals that supported your storytelling. The slides were very simple and easy, not simple, but like easy to digest essentially. And it didn't distract from what you were saying and your narrative. Also, I really like that you started off with your personal connection, because then I feel like that's always my question of like, why did this person choose to focus on this actual project and this problem? And you also identified the problem and the reasons why the solution is needed very early on. So that was great. Since I have 9 minutes, I should probably talk slower, but I would say for what I'm wondering, since, you know, if this is in the context of service design, right? I think it's important to like consider the bigger picture and like the service like lifestyle. So like, what does support look like? So like you present the solution, what support is needed to keep it sustainable essentially? Like, are you going to need agents that will answer questions if they can't be answered through this guide? I also wonder the accessibility of this solution, because it seems like it's heavily text-based, and I consider, well, if there are users that can't read, how do they access this, you know, this information? What else did I write? I guess that's what I kind of wish that you would explore, different ways to adapt to different users of different needs. Let's see. I mean, I was just blown away by this. I'm currently trying to get my own place, and I would personally use this and really greatly appreciate it. So just by the looks of it, it looks like it would be a digital, you know, a digital solution, a website, almost like a TurboTax, but for, you know, buying a house. And so it also makes me think, are there different manifestations that this product can be presented as far as like a paper or like an actual like book, like a booklet that you'll mail out to people? I mean, of course, as we know, especially with different demographics, like my mom, not everyone is super comfortable using technology all the time. Using websites and apps can be very confusing. So I feel like there could, I wish, and I encourage you to consider what are different ways that people can interact with this product. Maybe if it's a voice-based, like virtual assistant in IVR, or is it going to be, I mean, I'm just spitballing right now, but it's up to you.
Oh, PJ,
yeah.
just to let you know, you do not have to filibuster the whole 9 minutes. We got we have
Oh, I'm having fun.
You're doing great. You're doing great. I just
so yeah, so what I'm trying to get at is that I think your presentation was like super clear, and I could see exactly what you wanted to solve and then what your approach would be. And as far as next steps, I would love to see how it could be adapted to different users essentially, and then what different technologies could be implemented with it. But great job.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for the feedback.
Great. Dee, do you want to build on that?
Sure, yeah. I really agree with PJ on like the connection with your personal interest part of this presentation is really good, and I understood the problem and why you're doing this, and especially because that problem is something that you've noticed in your own life. And I think sometimes the best products are made when people really reflect on the issues that they have in their own life and their own communities and make something to solve for that. So that's really, really cool. I think I wish, maybe this is, I don't know if it's a good I wish, but I think I wish like some tutorials like this or resources online that accumulate these information and knowledge for like a complicated process. Like how do these resources, how can they help me like understand the process of learning this information instead of having me rely on this resource? So like, how does it teach me like what I need to do to figure out this information on my own? You know, I feel like that would be very empowering for me as like a home buyer. Like, oh, this seems really complicated. How do I find out this information? And I don't need to just rely on one website. Yeah, okay. I just have a question for you, which is what is next for you? What are you interested in? I know you're interested in the real estate space. Could you just tell us a bit more on what kind of things you're interested in doing after graduation?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, thank you so much for asking. Definitely right now, I'm looking to pursue something more of like maybe in the real estate field, just simply because I've noticed that it's kind of a field that hasn't utilized higher tech as much as like say you know, like maybe finance is making its way into that, right? With mobile use. And so I think real estate is still a field that needs a little bit more help in that area. So I'm definitely curious to pursue that aspect more and seeing how I can improve some of that service, because it's still pretty much like it was many, many years ago. There's a lot of paperwork that needs to be streamlined. And so this project just for me is just kind of the beginning to kind of explore further what else can be done in the field. So I think I'm hoping to pursue something in that area.
Oh, thank you.
We have 2 more minutes for any other feedback. PJ, T, anything else you want to add? Liz, any questions that you might have for our industry experts?
I think I have one question would be, if I were to pursue this to bring it up to more real estate agents as a way of partnering with them, what would be kind of a way I can approach that? If you guys have any advice or suggestions.
I can go ahead. I think like if this is a tool for real estate agents, I think something that real estate agents, I noticed that they are sort of a specialized sales people, and they really try to understand the need of the home buyer and try to make them feel comfortable buying a home. And because home is like such a big purchase, like one of the biggest purchase you can do in your lifetime, it's a very important one. So this connection with the real estate agent is actually quite important for the first-time home buyer. So if this is a product that the real estate agent would use, like you said, some real estate agents nowadays already compile their own things, like own packets for their clients. So something you might consider is like the branding aspect, like how can the real estate agent customize it to their own branding, their own agency. Yeah, and how do they make it feel personal? Like they are there to help the people and not just be a robot.
Right.
Great. Okay, so
Excellent.
we're right at time. Thank you for that. Great
Yeah.
work, Liz.
Thank you so much, guys.
So our next two presentations, we're going to go with Christina, then Natsumi. So Christina, you're up. Really expand the definition of service design in an interesting way. So take it from here.
Okay, can you guys see the full screen? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let me close this for you. Okay, here you go. So hello everyone out there. Thank you for watching and thank you to our guests for being here. I am Christina and today I want to tell you about my senior project, Greenbots, an autonomous earth-loving personal robot. Your little assistant running errands close to home. But before we dive in, let me share some things about myself. So expressing my creativity through art is a big passion of mine. I love drawing, oil painting, and making sculptures. And I also really enjoy spending time outdoors and want to do my part to protect the nature that we do have. And during my time in the IxD program, I've discovered that UX and product design are two areas that I want to work in as a designer moving forward. And my fascination with machines and robots can be seen with my collection of these cute, eccentric, wind-up critters here, and to watching AI films like Ex Machina. So I wanted to combine my passions for creativity, nature, and machines to share a vision. So instead of seeing robots maybe as threats, we can work as a team, building a connection while helping our planet. So Greenbots could channel this vision. And as for robot delivering items, where did that idea come from? So it was love at first sight a year ago in June. I was standing on my friend's balcony, and what was this cute little thing traveling down the sidewalk? I thought, where is it going? What is it doing? And I really wanted to know more. And I had learned that it was delivering food to a customer from a local restaurant. I wanted to try it out. So I used the app to order food and had my first experience interacting with one. I loved it and wanted to support delivery robots. So fast forward to this May of this year, I got a chance to drive one myself. I thought how cool it would be for everyone to have access to them if they wanted one. So I started thinking, what if we could have one of our own one day? So imagine in the near future where automated vehicles and robots are the norm, coexisting within a pedestrian-friendly world. Robots even have their own lanes now, and it's possible to have your own robot running errands for you. So how can we get there? So let's take a look at our world today. All these colored dots on the map are some of the last mile delivery service robots that roam our planet. And here are some of the robots found in our nearby neighborhoods. They work for restaurants, businesses, outdoors or indoors, autonomous or even controlled remotely by humans. So after spending time observing robots in action, I wanted to learn from the experts and everyday people. I was able to interview a past city and field operations managers at Postmeet, Alec. Learning from a courier service perspective and overall customer feedback, he advised that robots stay within a 5 to 10 minute radius because it's important to consider hot food traveling, a customer's wait time, and the battery power. I also interviewed the VP, head of government relations at Coco Delivery, Carl. He said that 50% of all car trips are less than 3 miles. This was helpful in acknowledging the opportunity where robots fit in. And according to an online article by KiwiBot, by choosing a robot for your delivery needs instead of gasoline or diesel-powered vehicle, you're making a positive impact on the environment and contributing to a cleaner, greener planet. So I also interviewed a few of my friends on the topic of delivery robots. One has seen them before, but wasn't sure how to even access them. Another was worried that robots will take away jobs from humans. And customization would be something another would like to see. So one thing my friends had in common, they thought delivery robots are good for the environment. They can reduce traffic, taking more personal cars off the road. This also reduces the emissions going into the air. There would be less noise pollution in urban areas, and they use less power than cars and delivery trucks. So after all these insights, I wanted to know, how can we provide access to personal robots to help the planet? My suggestion would be green bots, running errands close to home, reducing the amount of cars on the streets while saving you time. Think about when you order groceries, takeout, smaller products from retailers, books from the library, or even sending or picking up your own items from the people you know. This is also a great companion for those who cannot leave their home due to illness or a disability. Some of the features are the LED lights for activation and pedestrian safety, water-resistant material that allows use in different weather conditions, aerodynamic shape for speed and maximizing battery power. The speakers allow the robot to greet and respond to others. The camera inside the eyes allow the user to view in real time what the robot sees while en route. And the name tag, like a license plate, displays the bot's unique name. When a customer orders, a percentage of the purchase will go to organizations that fight to protect our planet. Now comes the fun part, adding some personality by customizing. For the frame, there are stock colors to choose from or customize your own look. Choose the colors for your LED lights. You can use an AI voice generator to use your voice when your bot talks. Choose tunes on your app when your robot approaches home, signifying through the phone app. And in the app, you can also customize how your robot avatar looks on the real-time map. And give your bot a name that it will respond to. Now, reimagine the near future, where your own personal robot with your personality is out there running errands for you, saving you time while helping our beautiful planet. So how would you customize your robots? Thank you for listening. Here's my website if you would like to look at more of my work, and I'll also put my link in the chat. As for next steps, I would like to build an interactive 3D model that can be customized through usability testing. I would like to also research sustainable materials to build the robot and get that cost breakdown. And I would like to create what the customer journey process would look like from ordering to using.
All right, Christina. So we have around 8 minutes for feedback between the two of you. Dee, do you want to take the lead for this one, please?
Sure, yeah. That was really great, Christina. You're so passionate and I love and I really love it comes through in your presentation. And I really love that you showed like your interests as well. So it makes a lot of sense that you took on this project. It combines a lot of your interests in like art and technology. So I think something I wish I just had it and now I lost it. Oh yes, I do. I remember. I wish something I wish is seeing like a few more of your prototypes or even like different iterations. It would be really cool to see like your earlier attempts at this, or like if you continue the project, like what are your next prototypes? And yeah, it would be super interesting to see what people think of them when they interact with them, since it's a physical product. Something I wonder is also, yeah, what are you envisioning yourself doing after graduation?
Well, this summer I will be doing the AR snap. So I'll be learning doing AR lenses, and hopefully that might help me with like direction, because I already like doing UX and product design. So it'd be really nice to see how that will integrate into AR, and where that can lead to. And then after that, I think by defining what I'm really interested in pursuing as a career, that will probably lead me to what I want to start applying for.
Yeah.
PJ, is there anything that you would like to build on?
Sure. Yeah. Hopefully I could read my chicken scratch, but basically, I really like of course, the personal attachment that you have with robots. I also love Ex Machina. The movie is amazing. Um, I personally really enjoyed you highlighting all the customizable features you can have, the voice, the music, all the different lights. I wish that highlighted the different use cases that the robots can actually be used for. So I know that there's like delivery and just making things a little bit easier, especially if we were still in COVID times. How can we make everything contactless? But I don't have much awareness or experience using robots to automate any tasks that I do. So I would, as the viewer of this presentation, I would love to know what I can actually get out of it a little bit more. And I just wonder, just in the scope of service design, like what would troubleshooting these things look like? What are the different ways that users would interact with the robot? Like, is it through an app or pressing buttons on it? Just little details like that. But overall, I really like the presentation.
Yeah, thank you. I definitely feel like I almost feel like I'm only halfway through this project, and there's so much more to go into it. Because like I mentioned, like the customer journey would pretty much encompass all those steps of even seeing what the app looks like. So I would have to build that, even the UI UX experience with the app and how that works and responds to the actual robot. And then also like the logistics of just cost. How much is going to cost in maybe 5-10 years from now for our customer when it's robots are a little bit more prominent? It will be cheaper. So I haven't dived into cost yet in materials. So that will play a part in that. Who the audience may be too, for accessibility price wise. And then also like other things I mentioned with classmates and getting feedback is thinking about maybe if there's any liabilities, or I know the idea would be autonomous, so it would be driving through itself through a route it would follow. But what about if it gets stolen or lost? You just lose your product. Do we have any insurance? So I still would have to figure out those types of steps, procedures, and how that work, or you just trust and you just let a product go out there. So yeah, there's definitely a lot more details I would like to figure out, especially like the user too. That'll help me once I figure out little steps and how the process may look. It may help me define more like who may want to use this. Is it just more kind of like for fun and like a great thing to have, an extra thing to have? But ultimately, I wanted to kind of focus on it's good for the planet too. So you're doing a good thing. You're not only getting a percentage to an organization that you want to support, but at the same time, you're not using your personal car as much.
Yeah, that was a great thing that you highlighted, how it's good for like the overall environment as well. And I personally would love to see any user journey, because I know like, especially since this is like a product that would interact with everybody, driving through the city, bumping into people, potentially, basically everyone that looks at it and interacts with it is the user. So I'd love to see like user journeys from different perspectives, not just the person ordering or like interacting with it, but like other people that are affected by it as well. So that'd be very cool.
Yeah. I like to see the end, like where it goes to and how they respond to somebody else's bot, or like, I don't know, maybe just even those facial features that I'd like, or like to put into the robot's face, like how people walking by it, even though it'll have its own lane, hopefully, but seeing it, like what's that human reaction when it smiles at you, or I don't know, does it brighten someone's day? Is it cute, or something like that? Those interactions too.
Great. Anything else? All right. Really well done, Christina. Congratulations. We're going to transition now to Natsumi, who has a different take on things, but in the same spirit. PJ, I'll ask you to take the lead.
All right, can you see this one? And you don't see my notes, right? All right. Okay, hello, my name is Natsumi Takagi. Today, I am going to introduce you to Ellie, the avatar robot that gives wings to people with physical restrictions. So this project started when I met a woman, Ocean, who is in an electric wheelchair. Her physical mobility is very limited due to paralysis from neck down. She shared her bucket list with me and said one of her bucket list is to go see the Golden Gate Bridge in person one day. And as a travel lover myself, I thought, that's it. That's right there. Why don't you go? I mean, you might think so too. I mean, I thought so. And her dream sounds really easy if you don't have any disability. However, she can't because her electric wheelchair, which she needs to function, cannot be accommodated by a commercial airplane. So she faces immense challenges in air traveling. So this was sticking in my head. And Ocean is not alone. There is about 1.7% of the US population, which is over 5 million people living with same form of paralysis. Although even among those people, there are different levels of disabilities and some are heavier than others. 5 million people are almost the same population as Native Americans. So from my research, there are two technologies that would be really helpful, and there were avatar robots. The one on the left is a Coco food delivery robot, and the one on the right is Orihime, a server robot that serves food in a restaurant. Both are called robots, but they are not AI automated robots, but human operated. The operator remotely operates the robots from their homes. So I thought if these robots were smaller, although Ocean cannot really go on an airplane, this robot can get on an airplane on behalf of her, and she can experience going many places through this robot's eye without going out from her home. So I prototyped the very first avatar robot, Ellie. I came up with a theory that if a baby monitor has a mobility, it can be an avatar robot. So this was a very simple and quick prototype in which I put my cell phone as an alternative to a baby monitor on top of a radio-controlled car. However, I faced two major obstacles that changed the form of what I designed. So first, operating the radio-controlled car at the same pace as the accompanist requires training. And second, operating a radio-controlled car for a long time is tiring. Ocean cannot use a regular controller, and she uses her tongue instead of her hands. So it can make her even more tired. So I prototyped the second one. This is much smaller and clips on the shirt or the backpack so that it is carried by the traveler. This way, Ocean doesn't have to pace the avatar robot while the traveler is walking. She can see almost the same view as the traveler sees and enjoy conversation with the traveler. Concept-wise, this was much more successful, but still something was missing: emotional attachment to the robot. So after several times of trying, here comes my solution. Ellie, the avatar robot that can travel together with a pal. Its eye is a lens so that Ocean can see what the pal is seeing. It has a Bluetooth earplug, so communication communication while seeing the view is possible. Moreover, this avatar's looks can be customized so that PAL can feel they are traveling together with the operator. I figured that people get attached to the personalized robots more than just a robot because they can feel that Ellie, the robot, is themselves. So for example, when the traveler goes to Japan with Ellie, Ocean, who is in the US, can see the same view through her monitor. Of course, they can communicate with each other, enjoying viewing the same beautiful view. And so it will look like this. So you can chat like, oh, like anything. Oh, what is this building? Oh, is this the famous gate? Take a picture there. I want the picture with you, something like that. So the personalization of the looks is easy. First, take a picture or upload your picture on the app. Then AI will generate your avatar. You can modify your avatar at this stage as well. And after confirming your avatar will be shipped to you. So this avatar is much more personal compared to the generic looking one. And it is as if Ellie is you. So this way you can enjoy being in the picture that your PAL takes at the destination. You are no longer excluded from the festivities. We live in 2023 and the technology advance is rapid. Things that weren't available yesterday are available today. With this technology, life can be brighter. I hope Ellie can help fulfill every wish on Ojin's bucket list. Thank you for listening.
All right, Natsumi. That third avatar looked like a Bond villain, but we can talk about that a little bit later. Oh my.
This handsome one, right? Yes.
Is that supposed to be Luke?
Yes.
Well,
this idea came up yesterday and I didn't have time to ask him permission, so I just drew and I just
I like your illustration better. The rosy cheeks are spot on.
Thank you.
All right. Well, 8 minutes for feedback. We may extend the feedback a little bit later on. Thank you. PJ, let's get started.
Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one that noticed the continuing Easter eggs of faculty members in the presentation. I really liked the Luke-inspired doll. Especially in the beginning, I like how you started the storytelling with the hook on empathy. You really got us as an audience to reflect on our own biases, what we take for granted, and basically try to put ourselves in the shoes of other people that have different experiences. That was a very good approach to starting your presentation. I liked how you highlighted your prototyping stages. For me, prototyping is always exciting to see. Learning by doing is probably my favorite way of approaching a design problem. So that was very nice. And it's really cool how you consider the social aspect. It's not just a product for one user to use in their bedroom, sad, alone, but it's a way that they can also interact with their friends at the same time. Because, for example, during the COVID pandemic, I would always go on YouTube during the lockdowns, right? I'd go on YouTube. You could type in some city POV walking tour, and it's nice, and you feel like you're traveling, but at the same time, there's no social aspect to it. So I think that was really cool for you to touch on. I didn't write too many I wonders. I think I was just enjoying the presentation that much. I guess if there was time in the presentation, I would like, or I wish that you would give a little bit more, I guess, attention to what the other person would be experiencing. Is it the PAL? I think you described them as the PAL. Like what does their interaction look like a little bit more? Because when I think of service design, I think of multiple users, multiple touch points. What is it like for them? And then, right, there's all these different users at different parts of the journey. So I wanted to hear a little bit more about what the PAL is experiencing too. But I do realize that the emphasis is on providing a solution to a demographic of people and users that typically are overlooked. So I really applaud you for that. As far as what I wonder, this is just me thinking and brainstorming out loud, but I would love to see your next steps as far as what different materials would go into making the actual doll, or the physical product itself. I would love to see more about how you go about it's like, personally, I like doing art, right? And I would always try to make my little drawings into little I guess action figures. And it's easy enough to make one or two of them, but when you try to create a business out of them and create thousands of them, that gets a little bit tricky, and you have to get into the manufacturing business and the business world. I would love to hear about your next steps about maybe making this a real thing. But those are basically all my thoughts.
Thank you.
Do you want to build on that?
Oh yeah. I also agree with PJ on the story is just so good. I felt glued to my seat, just trying to hear what's gonna happen next to Allie and also to Ojen. So like, how are you going to solve her problem? Yeah, it's like such a nice story. So you started with one specific user and their problem, and you try to solve it in these iterations and told us why they didn't work and why they worked. So yeah, that was very good. I really understood like what your process was like and this product that you're bringing. So I think I kind of wish you told us a bit more about yourself actually, since this is the senior like the capstone project. So I wonder like how you ended up choosing this topic from all the like unlimited amount of topics that you could choose. So yeah, can you just tell us a bit more about like your journey to IXD and what interests you and what got you to this point?
Yes, well, I saw a TV show, a Japanese TV show, introducing a travel agency specifying for the stuffed animal, and people, deliver their important stuffed animal to the agent, and that agent takes the stuffed animal to the tour, and they send the pictures or video for the sender. And that is specifically for people, not necessarily who has a disability and cannot go out, but for whatever the reason, they are taking care of elderly parents or younger kids and they cannot go, but they want to experience many different things. And I thought that idea and Coco robots or the Orihime that I introduced earlier, using that technology, that stuffed animal tour would be much more interesting because you can interact with other people. And I thought just really using the baby monitor and the radio control car can be done. And it seems pretty easy to develop. And I thought if it's that easy, I want to see that works. And that was my motivation. And it wasn't that easy, but I think it was a nice start. And I would definitely love to develop more, and especially for the UI side, that I'm imagining this as a voice controlled system, but it's further developed and using the eye tracking system, eye tracking control, so that usually people with paralysis at the end, they start losing their physical abilities, but I can 90% of them eye function will work up until they die. So I think eye tracking will be very important aspect. And that's something I want to pursue. And after that, I don't know. After I'm done with that, I'll figure out.
Thank you.
Well, great, Natsumi. So we're right at time there, but really well done. So congratulations. Okay. Last but not least, so John, you are gonna take us home. The last but not least of our IxD capstone presentations. You're here. We're
I'm here.
excited. You got it, man.
All right, no pressure. Cool. All right, so hi, my name is Jonathan St. Augustine, and welcome to my senior project, Design Loop, a free feedback service from fellow designers. So going back to the original discovery, as a design student, I observed that both my peers and I invested countless hours in constructing our portfolios. However, even upon completion, we found ourselves lacking the confidence to fully embrace our own work. So I was left with a question: what contributes to disparity between the time dedicated to our work and the confidence we should be building? More specifically, the problem was design students lack confidence in their portfolios, limiting their professional growth and hindering career advancement. And because I personally struggle with this, I want to kick off my research by diving into the psychology behind confidence and how it relates to me as a designer. And during this research, I came across an interesting statistic from a recent Indeed report, in which out of 800 workers surveyed, 99% of employees said that confidence is important for a successful job search. Furthermore, I discovered a recent quote from an article by Sam Yuan, UX manager and career coach at Shopify. And they mentioned confidence without feedback is ignorance and arrogance. And then she goes on to add, think of feedback as a sun that rain that helps a plant grow. It's not always comfortable, but it is necessary. In light of this research, I proceed to conduct a competitive analysis of the top 4 online services related to portfolio feedback and improvement. And by examining their strengths and weaknesses, I aim to gain valuable insights that can inform the improvement of my own design approach. And with that, I found these 4 services. The first being UX Folio, ADP List, Pathrise, and Designer Up. All of which offer portfolio reviews that include both expert and community, but some competitors seem to be lacking tools or features that may help with specific needs of a designer, particularly in the areas of their case studies. And while half the competitors offered one-on-one mentorship, ADP List stood out because it was free, but sometimes lacked the availability when trying to book a call. Unlike Pathrise, which promises a job placement, when placed, it can cost upwards up to $7,000, depending on your income shared agreement. While my competitive analysis and initial research indicated that feedback supports confidence, I recognize the importance of gathering input from my peers in the IxD program to ensure that my product aligns with their specific needs and requirements. So with 28 students across the IxD program between juniors and seniors, I asked questions such as, what challenges do you face when building your portfolio? 62% mentioned showcasing research and processing their case studies, while others face challenges with aspects of storytelling and personal branding. While half the respondents felt somewhat confident in their portfolio overall, 95% felt one-on-one feedback from other designers to be helpful. While half the respondents, finally, when inquiring about the frequency of portfolio updates, half the survey designers mentioned updating their portfolios every few months. And when asked about the reasons behind their infrequent updating, the most common explanation were time constraints and procrastination. So overall, this became my question for design. How might we create a platform that enables designers to receive feedback on their portfolios from other designers, serving as accountability partners in order to enhance their portfolio presentations and foster professional growth? We do this through Design Loop, an online platform where designers can gain confidence and accountability through free feedback from fellow designers. So why will this work and how is it different? First, feedback request and exchange. This feature allows designers to request and receive specific feedback on their portfolio and case study. This might include feedback on user research and insights, design process and methodology, or maybe the visual design of their portfolio as a whole, or maybe a specific case study. And after a submission is requested, a designer you paired with can be can give guided feedback on your portfolio using a built-in editing tool that helps users provide proper feedback, suggestions, and examples. Second is a matching system. This pairs designers who have relevant expertise, interests, and similar pain points, so they can easily make introductions and connections. And in this example, the user gains valuable insight into a designer's strengths, which can offer valuable assistance in areas where a designer may face challenges. By recognizing and understanding a designer's particular talents, the user can identify potential sources of support that can aid them in overcoming their own difficulties. This recognition not only facilitates personal growth, but also encourages development of a supportive community where designers can leverage their strengths to help one another tackle challenges effectively. In addition to matchmaking, we have a comprehensive profile feature that allows users to view other designers. They can review things like case studies, a rating system from other designers they reviewed, and then also a source of inspiration. Lastly is the accountability and tracking feature, which empowers the user to track progress, including reviews received and reviews provided to other designers, so they may be that they have been matched with. Additionally, it allows users to monitor their growth in their portfolio development, providing a comprehensive view of their progress over time. Furthermore, I'll continue user testing and iteration to explore more ways to add features related to constructive feedback and accountability. And thank you for viewing my presentation, Design Loop. And I'll open this up for questions and for questions.
All right, John, nice work. So Dee, you're going to take the lead for this one. We have around 9 minutes total for feedback from the both of you. But Dee, if you want to kick us off.
Sure, yeah. I really love your presentation. That was really clear, and the format is great as well. And looking at it, I feel like you have a really good portfolio, and I want to go look at it now because you spent so much time thinking about building a portfolio. But yeah, this question is something that I think about a lot as well with our alumni group. And I'm so glad that you did user research on it. Like, how do you can you go back to your question? How might we?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, this question. How do we enable designers to receive feedback on their portfolios, accountability partners, and enhance their portfolio, and also foster professional growth? This is a very good how might we, and I really love seeing what you came up with afterwards. And I love seeing your user research process, how many people you interviewed. It's sometimes hard to present user research results and process, and I think you did a great job. I suppose I kind of wish, I can't think of any I wish at the moment, sorry. I'm wondering how you can apply something like this in the IxD community right now with our students here. Like, how would they use this tool?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Would you like me to answer that? My apologies.
Oh, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this is something I thought about a lot, and it's something I still think about. And the reality is that, you know, all the professors in this program have done a great job, you know, but obviously we're graduating. So, you know, before the program, I've spent a lot of time just with dealing with my own personal growth and imposter syndrome, and using different services, you know, scouring the internet on how to make the perfect case study, how to make the perfect portfolio. And I don't think there is a perfect way. I think each has their own experiences, and we do our best to sort of, you know, document that process. But I do feel that, number one, I don't want to pay for feedback service. And I know that there are competitors that sort of use the approach of giving back, which in this case, ADP lists like mentors, for example. But, you know, I think there's a case to be made that you know, you may not be getting feedback from, you may or may not be getting feedback from somebody who has a wide variety of like maybe industry experience, but I think feedback from like yourself and other designers in this cohort, or maybe even outside the cohort or in the IC program, can still provide constructive feedback from their own experiences. And really, yeah, that's kind of the short answer to that, but that's, yeah.
Oh, thank you. And where do you want to go after graduation?
Yeah, I'm still thinking a lot about that. But definitely somewhere in the area of technology. I just don't, I don't know. I struggle with that. You know, again, it's one of my own struggles on where I fit, but I definitely want to be doing something that I already do. You know, I'm into sports, you know, so maybe one day I'll be designer for the NFL. I don't know, but I definitely want to be a designer in some of the areas of my interest and passions. And, you know, if I have to take, you know, opportunities that don't necessarily align with that as a stepping stone, then so be it. But I definitely want to do that.
Awesome. Great honest answer, John, and a well-deserved break after graduating. PJ, do you wanna add to the feedback?
Yeah, sure. I really like what you said about I like your transparency about not knowing exactly what you want to do. I think there's a lot of value in just experimenting in different fields, whether or not that's taking different contract jobs or joining an agency. There's a lot of value that could be found in not knowing exactly what you want to do and not having a clear path, and just remaining open to every different thing that design can bring you to. What I like overall is like the altruistic idea of helping your fellow peers. As a fellow, or I guess former student of IxD, I know what it's like to kind of deal with like new designer imposter syndrome, trying to find out what's the best way to tailor this portfolio and case study. And do I really have to make 500 resumes all tailored to different job applications? So I like, in my personal experience, very anecdotal, the hard part about getting feedback is just aligning schedules and aligning personalities. And I like the asynchronous approach of your idea, where you just get feedback at all times, and then you could check the platform to see your feedback, instead of having coffee chats, never-ending coffee chats. Those are really hard to do every single week and day. I guess what I would say I would wish, I don't have a lot of I wishes. I really like the idea. I love how you presented your deck, essentially. I was just wondering, and I wish you could touch upon the different visual. I'm a visual learner, so I would love to see ways that users can see their feedback in a visual way. And maybe you touched upon that and I might have missed it, but a lot of times when I've received feedback from other designers, it's just a block of text of telling me what I need to do. And it would be great to see how a user of this platform would see a collection of their feedback, but not as, you know, paragraphs and pages of different text feedbacks, but maybe a graph. For example, oh, you need to improve your visual design by this much, right? So maybe that's something to consider. You know, and I also kind of wonder, like, what's the social networking aspect of this? Because I feel like to a certain extent, ADP list, you know, Uxfolio, all these different platforms, they all kind of try to have their own social networking aspect where you can like follow people, make connections. I'm wondering how you would approach that on this platform. But overall, I personally would use this. So it's a very good idea.
Well, thank you. And I think you well, you definitely pointed out some things that I've also been thinking about in terms of how that feedback is received or given. And also the accountability aspect on maybe social. I think there are a couple of competitors who sort of have that messaging system or sort of booking a call on Calendly, and those are all great. But I definitely want to test this and definitely want to go a bit deeper, because I do think there potentially could be something here. But something, all those things that you pointed out, I definitely thought about in some way, and some I haven't. But I appreciate the feedback and thank you.
Of course, and even this slide that's showing right now, I like that that it says background right there, because that's such an important part of like trying to find your way in design. You have to like reflect on your own values and your own background besides design. I guess the only question I would have, and I'm just kind of asking out loud, you don't have to answer it now, but like, in what ways did your background before design lead you to this, to the IxD program? Like, why did you, what brought you into the design world?
Yeah.
So we are right at time. So John, but I'm not letting you off the hook, John. You got to answer that one, and then we'll wrap things up. So I think that's a good way to.
No. Oh, thank you, Luke. Well, long story short, I was working for Postmates as a community manager, and my job basically was to like train and hire and train and help drivers. And there was an opportunity where I had to like go into a Chipotle, and this is when Postmates first launched in like the city I was living in. This was Sacramento. This is like 2012. And basically the Chipotle ordering system, like the way you would order on an app, was like backwards. So it was like extremely disruptive, not only for the driver who was trying to make the order. And back in the day, it was a manual thing. Like the driver actually had to go in there, be like, hey, rice, I want black beans, etc. As if you were to order in Chipotle. And then it made it extremely difficult on the restaurant because it would cause traffic. So that's sort of when I kind of got into the whole UX thing, and it took me a really long time to like make a leap. Partly because I didn't know where to learn this stuff. It was kind of just on the internet. But yeah, that was sort of like my light bulb, and like five years later, I was accepted here. So, or many years later, sorry. But yeah, that was my introduction.
Oh, that's so cool. How I can relate to that is I used to work at Uber in the customer facing offices, and like, it's cool to see that you're in the service design section of the grad show, because at the same time, experience in customer service, and especially for a tech company, you get to see the whole life cycle, different ways that different users interact with one app, right? Like the Uber app, Postmates app, DoorDash. There's different versions of it, right? So it's cool that you have those insights, and I think leaning into your background of customer service will definitely bring you far into the design world, because you have like the empathy on both sides, like who's designing the product and the users of the actual product. So very cool to hear.
Thank you.
Nicole, you're literally beaming. I think that's the best word to describe. So do you want to?
When Jonathan was telling that story, about, he's mentioned this before in class, and I always found it really cool. And then I remembered like PJ, like your background, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is like you guys understand each other. Like, it's so cool. Like, we're like, I see you. Like, I understand that completely where you're coming from, like, and like PJ, I appreciate your explanation of like having that peek into the back end of a service, behind the stage or whatever you want to call it, in service design, where you get to see like the experience from the person giving the service versus receiving it. I think just is it might not feel that way maybe now, maybe it's too fresh for both of you, but like it does give you this extra insight and appreciation for an awareness of all the parties involved in creating something that really matters and is meaningful, which not every place is trying to or cares about creating or making. And I think if there's more people that are designers in the spaces that are doing this type of work that can be like advocates for the importance of all the people involved in the system, having it be a good experience, it just improves the product altogether, right? I don't know. I just loved hearing you guys chat about that. I was like, wow, this is perfect.
Yeah, that's great. And so as we're starting to wrap things up, I would ask our special guest D and PJ. So we heard a lot about service today in a lot of different interesting ways. If there is advice that you could give to our students making the transition from academia to the professional world, what advice, like what's one thing that you'd keep in mind, and maybe that advice might be based in from a perspective of service and service design, because I know that's both part of your practices, both personally and professionally. I can call on one of you.
Okay, I can go ahead. I think I'm just gonna steal something from this book that was called User Experience Team of One. It said if you want to take something away from this book, and that is to think about your community and think about your network and start building it right now. And I know sometimes people like hear the word network and just like zone out and think, oh my gosh, that sounds like so much work. But you already have a network, which is the IxD network, this community, right? Like all the professors here are rooting for you and everybody else here is rooting for you. So if you need that portfolio reviewed, you can go ask one of your colleagues or alumni or yeah, so that's something to consider. And the reason that you want to have that network is when people want to match you with a job or want to connect you with someone who are looking for people, because people are always looking for people to do something. There's always work. Work is never ending. But in order for someone to do that effectively, they need to know you. They need to know what your interests are, what you like doing, so they can like help connect you with someone that will help you grow and connect you with something that will excite you. So yeah, that's my advice, which is look to your own community and help build it in your own way. So
Well said. DJ.
As far as any advice, I think I'm pretty much echoing what Dee said, but yeah, lean on your community. I think something that I learned to appreciate is keeping the momentum going in order to not get, of course, you have to manage burnout in design, and you're managing your life outside of trying to find your first role or work on your portfolio. But I think a lot of things I like to think of exposure therapy. So it's like the more you present, the more you talk about design, the more you just work on things, the easier it gets. And then it's not so scary. I remember when I was presenting for my grad show that the anticipation is like the worst part. And then it's like, you're so nervous while you present and technical issues are going on. But the more you design and the more you talk to people about design, it keeps that muscle in your brain very strong, to the point where it's just second nature. And so I would say just practice persistence. Just keep going. When if you burn out, take a break, talk to friends, talk to design friends. But just try to internalize design as your personality, because it makes it a lot easier when you do it every day.
Great. I think that's a great way to wrap things up. And in the spirit of what you both said, that this was one of the reasons that, and credit Nicole with this idea of bringing in the IxD alums to give feedback. So we really want to thank you, Dee and PJ, for your time and coming back today. I think the network and family of IxD is here, and so please lean into that as you start to transition. I also want to congratulate Liz, Christina, Natsumi, and John. You did it. Congratulations. That was really, really well done. So big round of applause. And I want to also thank all the folks that are out there watching who have supported these students through their journey. No one does it alone, and I know that there's been some great support systems that have helped along the way. So that wraps up our capstone. You guys were the last group, last but not least, and quite mighty. So big round of applause. I also want to thank the support network of Nicole and Maxim. The three of us do this together, and we are so proud of all of you. Nicole, anything you want to take us out with?
Oh, geez, the pressure. No, I guess right now I love each one of these has a vibe, and I really appreciated what D. Of course, D is like, I don't know if I want to call it. I mean, you're like the godmother of the IXD alumni, D, whether you want to be or not. You're like, I appreciate you because I know it's really really hard work, but I think it's probably the most important work. And PJ talking about this too, and then John's presentation, and just in terms of service, I mean, Luke Maxim and I are aware of the service that we give to you as alumni and as students, and we want the best experience that we can create for you. So which is always a work in progress. However, when I see alumni come back and our house is so full of amazing, wonderful humans and designers, and I get to witness your wonderful and amazingness increasing a millionfold, it brings me so much joy. And then I just look at the 3 of the students that we have here that are about to graduate, and I am so proud of them, and I hope they know that I'm going to be emailing them and making them come back to do this, because community is the most important thing, and those connections that you have in life are what you're going to look back on and reflect on and remember that connection, I think, is really what matters, whether it's our design work or our connection to each other. So I'm just really appreciative of this really great session, of the lovely feedback, and also to Luke and Maxim for helping me in this journey. So thank you, all of you. Really wonderful.
All right. Be well, everyone. Take care.
Well,
Congratulations.
Thank
Good
you.
seeing everybody. Thank you.